Chapter 441. At that time, the emperor was the most useless among the princes. His father didn't love him, and his mother didn't love him. If Big Sister hadn't paved a bloody path for you, you would have been the first to die in the 5 dragons competition. During Yishi's rebellion, if it wasn't for eldest sister's plan to use ice and fire, you, Yi Hongyi, would have died in a pile of 10,000 people. Big Sister helped you quell the chaos outside and resolve your internal problems. That night, when you sent out the imperial edict, Big Sister went to beg Yi Junqing without any hesitation. If it wasn't for Big Sister, you could just ask Yi Junqing if he would have saved you. Yi Hongyi, you should use your entire life to thank eldest sister. Eldest sister loves you, so you're Yi Hongyi, a high and mighty emperor. If eldest sister doesn't love you, then who do you think you are? Puppet. Trash. They were right. You are. Yao Moan originally didn't want to expose herself like this, but Yi Hongyi's words caused her heart to ache to the bone. At that time, just how blind was she? You're not Wan. You are a fake. Return Wanner to us. Give it back to us. Yi Hongyi shook his head desperately, his eyes filled with terror. Yi Hongyi, you're really stupid. You abandoned your machine, who's always been standing behind you and doing everything for you, and even more cruelly poisoned her. Instead, you treat the Yao Moan who has always schemed against you, the Yao Moan who has always schemed against you and schemed to seize your great Chu's empire, that is, this miss who is standing in front of you, as a treasure. TSK. Yi Hongyi, if I say that you're as dumb as a pig, Wanner is really afraid that the pig won't be happy. Yao Moan raised her brows, the smile on her cherry lips was filled with ridicule and ridicule. No. Impossible. You can't be my Wanner. You're not. Yi Hongyi's heart felt as if it was being ruthlessly twisted like a rag. It deformed and bled, the pain was indescribable. We like you, do you believe it? Wanner doesn't know how to use her brain. Whatever your majesty says, Wanner will believe it. You're really beautiful. Wanner's beauty is only for your majesty to see. Your majesty, do you think Wanner is real? Yao Moan's smile was like a flower, but it was like the most poisonous datura, causing Yi Hongyi to taste extreme pain. You are Wanner. You are actually my Wanner. Why? Why did you lie to me? Yao Moan. Why did you have to lie to Zhana? Only the two of them knew about his conversation with Yao Moan that night in Yao Xiangfu. Yin Shui, let's go. Yao Moan smiled coldly as she looked towards Yi Hongyi, her indifferent eyes like frost. This prince is going to kill him for machine. Yi Junqing suddenly pulled out his sword, but Yao Moan stopped him. Your Highness, don't you think it's too easy for him to die like this? Yao Moan looked towards Yi Junqing, her eyes cold and profound. Yi Junqing understood the hatred in Yao Moan's heart, so he put away his sword and turned to leave. Yao Moan. Did you ever love me? At this moment, no one could understand the pain in Yi Hongyi's heart, because in everyone's eyes, he was a heartless person. However, it was precisely this kind of person, when he saw the betrayal of the woman he loved the most, he could still ask such a question. Yao Moan smiled. Her smile was as dazzling as cherry blossoms, beautiful and elegant. Come. Central Dragon Palace fell silent once more. Yi Hongyi didn't wait for Yao Moan's reply. He just sat there and watched as Yao Moan and Yi Junqing walked out of his sight. Yi Hongyi suddenly felt like the sky had collapsed. His heart shattered and couldn't be stitched back together. The imperial guards who had chased Leng Bingxin returned to Chu Palace. It was just as Thousand Faces had predicted, they had fallen into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. When they saw Yi Hongyi sitting stiffly on the chair with 24 of his acupuncture points sealed, they were even more certain of this. However, it was too late to chase after him now. After leaving Chu's city, Yao Moen didn't say anything. Yi Junqing sat silently in front of Yao Moen, his expression as dark as the sea. Yi Hongyi's words made it impossible for Yi Junqing to calm down. He started to regret not cutting off something from Yi Hongyi's body, even if it was just an ear. Master, Ji Province has sent an urgent letter. Just as the two of them were deep in thought, Yin Shui suddenly flashed into the carriage and handed a purple letter to Yao Moen. As she looked at the letter, Yao Moen's already emotionless eyes turned even colder. What happened? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen worriedly with a grave expression. Great Zhou launched a sneak attack and Chao Kuan's army launched a pincer attack. Right now, Yan Nanxing and Huan Heng are doing their best to resist the enemy, but Great Zhou's army is coming in ferociously. If there aren't any reinforcements in 10 days, Ji Province's army will be completely wiped out. Yao Moen never would have thought that the normally law-abiding Great Zhou would actually give her a fatal blow at this critical juncture. Great Zhou actually sent 300,000 soldiers. Has Emperor Wu of Zhou gone crazy? Yi Junqing clenched the letter tightly and gritted his teeth. According to what he knew, Great Zhou's military strength was far inferior to that of the neighboring countries. They had always behaved themselves, so he hadn't expected that this kind of thing would appear at this time. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhou Ming has been enduring hardships and secretly developing his military strength these past few years, it's because Nameless has given him great benefits. Yao Moen's gaze was biting cold as she analyzed calmly. No. This prince must hurry back to Ji Province. Yin Shui, protect Moen, this prince will leave first. The military situation was urgent. As the backbone of Ji Province, Yi Junqing felt that he had to return to Ji Province and live and die with the soldiers. Yin Shui, take wind, rain, thunder, and lightning back to Ji Province at top speed and listen to Yan Nanxing's orders. This consort and prince will bring reinforcements in 10 days. No matter what method we use, we have to make them last for 10 days. Yao Moen made a prompt decision. But Yin Shui was worried about Yao Moen and hesitated. The situation is far more serious than we imagined. Now is not the time for buts. Hurry and go, said Yao Moen sternly. Yin Shui didn't dare to tarry and immediately rushed to Ji Province with wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Now that Yin Shui and the others had left, even if Yi Junqing wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop worrying about Yao Moen. Actually, this prince should go back. Chapter 442. So what if I agreed? Right now, Moen wants to bring it up. Yao Moen didn't like to talk reason. If a person was too rational, they would get hurt. Back then, if it weren't for the fact that Lord Nan would go back on his word because of Duan Tingting, Yao Moen wouldn't have forced Yi Junqing and Duan Tingting to get married even if she died. But if she hadn't done this, she didn't know if she and Yi Junqing would still be sitting here with their lives. When it was time to be rational, Yao Moen would definitely be rational. Just like right now, even if she wasn't rational, it wouldn't affect the overall situation, so Yao Moen naturally didn't need to be too rational. Since you wanted to bring it up, this prince just so happens to have something to discuss with you. Yi Junqing was quite good at following the clues, so he immediately changed the topic. Is it related to the puppets? Yao Moen was unforgiving. Once the matter in Ji Province is over, this prince wants to look for Duan Tingting and personally hand the divorce letter to her. Yi Junqing had thought about this for a long time. If he didn't completely sever his relationship with Duan Tingting, he really wouldn't have the right to say those heartfelt words to Yao Moen. If he wanted to love Yao Moen, the first thing he should do was to cancel the engagement. Does Prince have a high fever? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with a frown. No, replied Yi Junqing firmly. Then they must be out of their minds. Forget about the fact that Prince wanted to cancel the engagement with Duan Tingting. Even if the news of Duan Tingting's disappearance reached the ears of the powerful southern leaders, Ji province would be faced with a calamity. If Moen had a second choice, she wouldn't have forced Prince to marry Duan Tingting. In truth, Yao Moen shouldn't blame Yi Junqing for this. That day, Yi Junqing had declared that he would rather die than marry Duan Tingting. If Yao Moen hadn't threatened him with her life, there was no way Yi Junqing would have compromised. However, the situation at the time didn't allow for the slightest mistake. Perhaps Yao Moen had felt that Duan Tingting was despicable when she heard about the winged parasites, but when Duan Tingting was willing to help them put on this show, Yao Moen still felt a bit grateful towards her. This prince has already made up his mind. No matter what, this prince will divorce Duan Tingting. Yi Junqing was afraid that Yao Moen would continue lecturing him, so he turned his head away to avoid looking at her. Yao Moen was also speechless. Fortunately, the enemy was right in front of them, so this matter could be postponed indefinitely. Inside Central Dragon Palace, Azure Dragon looked at Yi Hongyi in astonishment. Your Majesty wants to release the departed souls. This absolutely cannot be done. The departed soul is a poisonous man, and he no longer has a conscience. If he is released, the consequences will be unimaginable. Back then, in order to capture the departed soul, Qinglong and the others had put in a lot of effort. At that time, the battle was too tragic, and 300 imperial city guards had died at the hands of the departed soul. If the departed soul had not been exhausted, how could they have subdued him? We will kill Yi Junqing. We will tear Yi Junqing to pieces. Yao Moen. Yao Moen. Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot as he sat on the throne, trembling uncontrollably. He hated Yi Junqing to death. If it wasn't for Yi Junqing, how could his Wanner have ended up like this? His Wanner used to be very obedient and never disobeyed him. It was all Yi Junqing's fault for leading Wanner astray. If Yi Junqing didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Your Majesty, there are many ways to kill Yi Junqing. You don't have to release the soul. Qinglong advised earnestly. I want to see the departed personally. Go to the secret pool. Yi Junqing ignored Qinglong's advice and abruptly stood up to walk out of Central Dragon Palace. There was a quiet stone room in the forest behind the Chu Palace that was locked all year round. As soon as Qinglong unlocked the lock, Yi Hongyi impatiently walked in. In front of the cold pool, there was a cold breeze. The faint yellow luminous pearl lifted up a corner of the darkness. Yi Hongyi borrowed the light from the luminous pearl to look at the cold pool, but found that the surface of the cold pool was like a mirror, without a single ripple. Your Majesty, Qinglong begs you to reconsider. Even though Qinglong knew that he couldn't stop it, he still pleaded. We have already made up our mind. We will not rest until we kill Yi Junqing. As Yi Hongyi spoke ruthlessly, there was movement in the cold pond. The water in the pond rippled like spring waves. Slowly, a person slowly floated up from the center of the cold pond. Yi Junqing deserves to die. The hoarse voice was like a broken gong that hurt everyone's eardrums. Qinglong reflexively stood in front of Yi Hongyi, even though he no longer had any martial arts. Departed soul, we will make a deal with you. As long as you can bring us Yi Junqing's head, we will set you free. Yi Hongyi spoke without any hesitation. He had no idea what kind of person he was negotiating with. Killing Yi Junqing is a good thing. A good thing. In the center of the cold pool, a person that was completely black except for the whites of his eyes and teeth floated out of the water. Every time there was a ripple in the pool, the faint sound of chains would come from the bottom of the cold pool. Then you agree? Asked Yi Hongyi to confirm. Of course I agree. If it wasn't for Yi Junqing, I wouldn't have been trapped here for 10 years. 10 years. I've been thinking about that brat every day and every night. I miss him so much that my heart breaks. The departed soul suddenly laughed wildly. That laughter echoed through the stone room, causing Yi Hongyi to instinctively cover his ears. Your Majesty. Qing Long's hand trembled as he held the key. Could it be that you want us to personally unlock it? Asked Yi Hongyi firmly. Qing Long was speechless. Although Qing Long was unwilling, it was difficult to go against an imperial order. He could only take the key to the mechanism on the left side of the cold pool and turn the key 3 times. In just an instant, the water in the pool suddenly began to boil. The 4 chains were like dancing water dragons that created huge waves. When the cold water splashed onto Yi Hongyi's body, it scorched his dragon robe. Your Majesty, be careful. Qing Long rushed in front of Yi Hongyi and blocked the water for him. There was a large burn wound on his back. Because the departed soul had been trapped in the water for so long, it had already been infected by the poison on his body. Yi Hongyi, I will bring back Yi Junqing's head for you. At that time, if you don't confer me the title of state preceptor, then the next person I'll snap off will be your head. The departed soul laughed wildly as he left. Yi Hongyi didn't even see his figure. It wasn't until the stone room returned to normal that Yi Hongyi recovered. Qing Long, hurry and report this to the captain of the Iron Blood Corps. Tell him that the departed soul has escaped and that he must send people to capture him. How could Yi Hongyi not know how cold-blooded the departed soul was? Qing Long dragged his body that was being burned by the water and reluctantly accepted the order. However, his heart seemed to hurt even more than his body. He suddenly realized that at some point, his master, the Yi Hongyi he had always been loyal to, had become so treacherous and heartless. Or perhaps Yi Hongyi had always been like this and he had just begun to sharpen his eyes. As expected, the situation in Ji province was dangerous. Yan Nanxing had just left the battle at the west gate when Huan Heng and Ben Lei came out of the east gate to face Chao Kun. This was clearly the enemy's tactic of taking turns to fight. However, with Zhu Chen and Ice Soul constantly inventing new weapons, although the situation was grim, it wasn't too bad. At this time, Yan Nanxing was sitting in his room in martial attire and banging on the table. Can anyone tell this alliance master what the fuck is going on here? Every time Yi Junqing leaves, nothing happens in Ji province. At this time, Yan Nanxing really regretted it. Actually, even running into Meiji was better than going to the battlefield every day. To think that he, Yan Nanxing, who was such an elegant person, would actually dress like this and use a blade to hack people. This sort of life where he had to use his brain to wash his face every day really wasn't good. Thus, something that made Yan Nanxing feel even more miserable appeared. He didn't know when, but Meiji, who was dressed in a green robe and had an icy face, had appeared in front of Yan Nanxing. This is an illusion, right? Yan Nanxing looked at Meiji in confusion. He slowly got up and turned towards the door. He kept muttering, "This is a dream, a dream, a dream, Alliance Chief, don't you think you should say something to this seat?" Meiji abruptly moved to block Yan Nanxing. Ahem, speaking of which, why are you here? Yan Nanxing's vision suddenly darkened. When he looked up, Meiji was looking at him with a murderous gaze. Chapter 443. Of course I'm here to attend Alliance Head's wedding. The groom is here, but the bride is nowhere to be seen. Alliance Head, don't you plan on inviting Red Lotus out for this seat to see? This seat will also see what kind of nation-toppling beauty can make the Grand Alliance Head favor her so much. Meiji had been searching around the moment she entered the guest house. She had originally planned on ripping off Red Lotus Head before coming to see Yan Nanxing. Wedding? Who? This alliance head. Nanqing feels that honored sir has made a mistake. Yan Nanqing smiled wholeheartedly as he looked towards Meiji with great kindness. Although he didn't feel like he had done anything wrong to Meiji, Ji province was currently in a precarious situation. If he provoked this god of calamity, Ji province might very well be lost in his hands. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself to Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Yao Moen said it herself, how could this seat make a mistake? Yan Nanqing, a real man dares to do what he wants. Since you have the guts to marry another woman, could it be that you don't dare to let this seat take a look? Meiji recalled the past and felt very wronged. If it weren't for Phoenix Feather Manor breaking off the engagement, she wouldn't have been able to join the Iron Blood Army. Her life wouldn't have only been black and white like this. Now, the instigator of all this was right in front of her eyes and was about to become the groom, but the bride wasn't her. Yao Moen. You're saying that Yao Moen said this? Yan Nanqing looked towards Meiji in shock, then asked through gritted teeth. Yao Moen, you're not human. Who am I, Yan Nanqing, risking my life for? Is there a problem? Meiji lifted her brows and asked in confusion when she saw Yan Nanqing's expression. Of course there's a problem. With honored sir's intelligence, could it be that you can't guess Yao Moen's sinister intentions? Yan Nanqing felt that in this kind of situation, self-preservation was more important. Sinister. You mean that Yao Moen wants to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Meiji suddenly understood, then her brows furrowed again. Even if Yao Moen wants to lure this seat out of the Chu Palace and spouted nonsense, the letter tied to the rooster leg also said that you have a sweetheart. This lord wants to know, is the person you're talking about Red Lotus? Meiji was confused about what kind of woman Yan Nanqing fell in love with. To tell you the truth, that Red Lotus you mentioned does exist. However, she didn't take a fancy to Nanqing. Instead, she took a fancy to the bandit leader, Han Jin-yi. If you don't believe me, you can go to Wanhuang City and find a girl called Qing. That's Red Lotus. Nanqing will dare to confront her face to face. Yan Nanqing swore. Humph, this lord was careless and fell for Yao Moen's trick. Now, does Alliance Head want to use the same method to deal with this lord? Am I really that stupid in your eyes? Meiji laughed coldly. Now that she had found Yan Nanqing, there was no reason for her to leave so easily. Ahem. Nanqing didn't mean that. Yan Nanqing said resentfully. Now that Ji province is being attacked from the front and the back, what do you think will happen if I set up an icicle formation in the Ji province army camp? Meiji said casually, but her eyes were as sharp as a blade. Nothing much. It was a blatant threat. Yan Nanqing felt like he was about to be unlucky. Back then, Alliance had abandoned Meiji and left, causing Meiji to lose face in Longxi. How does Alliance Head plan to settle this debt? Meiji returned to the main topic with a solemn expression. This matter. Nanqing hasn't really thought about it. Why don't you go back first and wait for Nanqing to think about it carefully? Then I will personally come to Longxi and ask for punishment. What do you think? Yan Nanqing gave a hollow laugh as he secretly wondered if he would be a match for Meiji if they were to fight. Nothing much. Right now, there are two paths in front of you. First, you can immediately set up a banquet in Ji province and officially marry this lord. Second, you can return with this lord to Phoenix Feather Manor and marry this lord in Phoenix Feather Manor. Meiji said confidently. Is there a third path? Yan Nanqing immediately asked. Seeing that Meiji didn't respond, Yan Nanqing sighed. Since there isn't, then, let's fight. As Yan Nanqing spoke, he suddenly unsheathed his flexible sword and pointed it at Meiji's throat. Meiji wasn't someone to be trifled with. She immediately jumped up and shot an icicle at Yan Nanxing without mercy. Just like that, the two of them fought from inside the house to outside, alarming everyone in the guest house. However, all the capable people in the guest house were already on the battlefield. Now that Yan Nanxing was alone, it was difficult for him to achieve victory. After more than 50 rounds, the two of them were still unable to determine the victor. At this moment, a guard had already rushed in from outside the guest house. Reporting. Seeing the red and green figures fighting happily in the guest house, the guard was stunned. With his ability, he really couldn't interfere. If you have something to say, say it quickly. In the air, Yan Nanxing glared at the guard at the entrance and asked anxiously. He didn't want to delay the military situation because of Meiji. Reporting to Alliance Master, Old General Huan is injured and has returned to Ji Province through the East Gate. Now at the West Gate, the Great Zhou Dynasty's generals are challenging us again. The guard reported. If there's nothing urgent, please sit down and have a cup of tea. We'll continue after Nanxing defeats the enemy. At this moment, Yan Nanxing couldn't split himself up and suddenly felt like he was at his wit's end. You're courting death. Meiji knew that Yan Nanxing didn't care about her, so she didn't allow Yan Nanxing to quibble and immediately used a fierce move. At this critical moment, a golden chain appeared and separated Yan Nanxing and Meiji to two sides. I've only been back for a few days and Ji Province has become so lively. The person who came was wearing a black robe and his black hair was tied up with a jade crown. His voice was clear and his tone was sonorous. Based on this move, Meiji knew that this person was a fierce character. Han Genie. You're so cute. I'll leave this place to you. Some people wouldn't bother to add flowers when you're rich, but when you're down, they would definitely help you when you're down. This kind of person was called a friend. Of course, the friend in Han Genie's eyes wasn't Yan Nanxing, but someone else. Meiji was about to chase after Yan Nanxing when she saw him leave, but Han Genie stopped her. Sovereign Han, are you purposely making things difficult for the Iron Blood Army? There were very few people in the Jianghu who didn't recognize Han Genie from 10,000 Imperial City. So what? If you didn't bring any helpers, this noble one advises you to leave. Otherwise, this noble one won't be as merciful as that brat Yan Nanxing. The golden chain in Han Genie's hand seemed to have a mind of its own as it circled around Han Genie. Although Meiji was a proud person, she still knew her own limits when it came to opponents with great disparity in strength. Thus, under Han Genie's threat, Meiji could only leave. If it weren't for the fact that she had important matters to attend to, Meiji might have stayed with Yan Nanxing for a few more days. Unfortunately, the night Meiji left the guest house, she received nameless summons. Thus, Meiji suppressed her anger and returned to the underground palace. With Han Genie's help in Ji Province, the situation had eased slightly. In addition, Yin Shui, Feng, Yu, Lei, and Dian had all returned, so it wouldn't be difficult for Ji Province to hold on for 10 days. The difficult part was that something had happened to Yao Mo Wan and Yi Junqing. Who did this? Yao Mo Wan was shocked when she saw the coachman's face turn black as charcoal as he collapsed next to the carriage. She turned to look towards Yi Junqing. Perhaps it was someone sent by Yi Hongyi. Let's go quickly. Yao Mo Wan and Yi Junqing had originally only wanted to drink water by the nearby stream. They never expected that by the time they returned, the coachman had already been killed. And from the looks of the wound, the culprit was definitely not a good person. Yao Mo Wan didn't hesitate and immediately got into the carriage. Yi Hongyi turned and pulled on the reins, urging the horse to gallop into the forest. The birds and beasts in the forest had all scattered. From time to time, frightening cries could be heard. They sounded like the cries of wolves, tigers, and infants, making people feel cold to the bone. Yi Junqing, do you still remember me? Ha ha ha. You've caused me so much trouble. The gloomy voice was sometimes rough, sometimes soft, sometimes childish, and sometimes like a withered old man, making it difficult for others to identify the other party. Chapter 444. Moen, you mustn't come out. Remember, you mustn't come out. Yi Junqing abruptly pulled on the reins and the carriage stopped abruptly in the forest. The wind blew and a flock of crows dropped their feathers in fright. Since you've come, why don't you show yourself? Yi Hongyi jumped off the carriage and took a few steps forward. He couldn't help but look back at the carriage. Moen, don't worry, Junqing will definitely protect you. Yi Junqing wasn't surprised when the departed soul appeared. It's been 10 years. Yi Junqing, in these past 10 years, perhaps you've already forgotten about the departed soul, but the departed soul has been thinking about you every single day. If you hadn't set that trap back then, who in this world would be able to stop me? It was you. It was you who made me soak in that cold pond for 10 years. I had to endure the pain of the cold every day. If I don't tear you to pieces today, then I won't be able to live up to these 10 years of suffering. The departed soul glared at him furiously. The whites of his eyes were extremely strange. Wherever he stood, the grass and trees withered. Yi Hongyi's gone crazy. He actually let you out. Yi Junqing gripped the flexible sword as he glared at the departed soul. He was well aware of the capabilities of the person in front of him. This time, Yi Junqing wasn't sure. Perhaps he had to give up his life in exchange for a chance for Yao Moen to survive. Yi Junqing, die. The departed soul didn't speak much. Even though he'd held it in for 10 years and hated Yi Junqing to the core, he could only say a few words of extreme hatred. After that, he unleashed one fatal slash after another. How could Yao Moen sit still in the carriage? After looking around, she could only find a dagger that Yin Shui had left in the carriage for her to use. Thus, Yao Moen rushed out of the carriage without hesitation. At this time, Yi Junqing and the departed soul were fighting in the air. The flexible sword and the fatal slash clashed endlessly, creating an aurora of light. Yao Moen covered her eyes with her hand, but before she could put it down, she saw that Yi Junqing had already fallen to the ground with blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Junqing. Ever since she'd been reborn, Yao Moen had never panicked like this because she had never felt that Yi Junqing would die. However, when she saw the departed soul that was as black as a bear, she felt inexplicably uneasy. Yao Moen, go. Let's go. Originally, Yi Junqing had thought that even if he couldn't win, it was still possible for him to perish together with the departed soul. Now it seemed that not only hadn't departed soul's martial arts been wasted in the past 10 years, it had actually improved quite a bit. Does Prince think that Moen will leave? Yao Moen helped Yi Junqing steady before raising the dagger to glare at the departed soul. That battle 10 years ago had caused Yi Junqing's name to spread throughout Chu City. At the time, when Yao Moen had first heard of Yi Junqing's name, she had imagined him to be a tall and strong man. She had never imagined that he would actually be this kind of gentle and refined direct immortal. Yao Moen, you're crazy. This king wants you to leave. When he saw Yao Moen raise the dagger, a phrase suddenly popped into Yi Junqing's mind. The ignorant really are fearless. Yi Junqing abruptly pulled Yao Moen behind him without hesitation. At almost the same time, departed soul's life seizing slash swept past like a gust of wind. Yi Junqing retreated with all his might, but he still wasn't able to avoid the gust of wind that followed the slash. Ugh! At this moment, Yi Junqing felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He lowered his eyes and saw that the robe around his abdomen had split open and his flesh had been torn open, causing blood to gush out. Yi Junqing. You've become weaker. When the departed soul saw the wound on Yi Juanqing's abdomen, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, he was truly too dark, so dark that no one could see his expression clearly. Juanqing. You should leave. I'll block her for you. Then she moved in front of Yi Juanqing. If someone had to die here, she would rather it be herself. Yao Moen looked at the departed soul with the determination to die. If a person wasn't even afraid of death, then what could she be afraid of? Moen, this prince isn't worth it for you to do this. Hurry and leave. This prince will stop him for you even if I die. Yi Juanqing forcefully pulled Yao Moen over, his eyes glistening. It turned out that in the face of death, all he wanted was for Yao Moen to survive. There's no need to give way. None of you can leave. Yi Juanqing, since you care about this woman, then I'll kill her first and make you wish you were dead. Then I'll send you to hell. The departed soul roared with laughter as he attacked once more. If one were to ask what Yao Moen regretted the most in her life, it would be that she hadn't learned martial arts. When she saw the departed soul attack, she really wanted to use the dagger in her hand to block it. Unfortunately, the departed soul attack was too fast. It was so fast that all she saw was a flash and then a warm embrace. Prince. Prince. Yao Moen reflexively wrapped her arms around Yi Juanqing's waist, but when she felt the warmth in her hands, her heart instantly turned cold. Tears began to fall without any warning. Moen, I'm sorry. This prince was slow on the uptake. By the time I truly wanted to do something for you, it was already too late. Yi Juanqing's eyes were filled with extreme sorrow. He wanted to hug Yao Moen like this forever and never let go. Prince. No, you mustn't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, what's the point of Moen doing all this? By the time Yao Moen realized what Yi Juanqing wanted to do, Yi Juanqing had already left Yao Moen's embrace and shot towards the departed soul like an arrow. You want to die with me? Yi Juanqing, you're not worthy. The departed soul saw through Yi Juanqing's intentions and immediately used the departed soul attack. Yi Juanqing. If you die, how can Moen live alone? Yao Moen rushed madly in the direction Yi Juanqing had gone, her tears falling like a flood. At this moment, she finally understood that she wasn't just repaying Yi Juanqing's kindness. That feeling that welled up from the bottom of her heart filled every cell in her body. That feeling was love. In a flash, Yao Moen felt her body float up like a cloud. In the next second, she had already landed. At the same time, the heavily injured Yi Juanqing also landed. Juanqing. Are you alright? Yao Moen didn't have the time to figure out what had happened. She quickly rushed to Yi Juanqing's side and helped him up. I'm fine. This is. Yi Juanqing resisted the pain and looked towards the nun. Now isn't the time to talk. Let's go. The nun didn't say anything else and immediately picked up Yao Moen and Yi Juanqing to leave. Want to run? It won't be that easy. How could the departed soul let go of a duck that was already in his grasp? It had to be said that the nun's qigong was very good. Even though she was carrying two people, she seemed to be able to easily leave the departed soul behind. After about an hour, the nun circled back and forth before finally stopping at a nunnery. Miss, support him and follow this poor nun in. The nun carefully placed Yao Moen and Yi Juanqing on the ground, then looked towards Yao Moen. Many thanks, nun. At this time, Yi Juanqing's face was deathly pale and he was half unconscious. Yao Moen didn't have time to ask and immediately supported Yi Juanqing into the nunnery. The nunnery in front of them wasn't very large. There were about 20 or so rooms in total. When the nun brought Yao Moen and Yi Juanqing to the last room, she stopped. Junior Marshal Sister Wuxin, this poor nun has already saved them. However, this benefactor is heavily injured. Even though she was calling her junior martial sister, the nun's expression was extremely respectful and even a trace of reverence. I'll have to trouble Nun Jingyue. Let them in. A clear voice rang out. Yao Moen felt that this voice was very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she'd heard it before. Miss, hurry and support this benefactor. His injuries are very serious. Perhaps only junior martial sister can save him. Only now did Yao Moen find out that the nun who had saved her and Yi Juanqing's lives was called Nun Jingyue. Chapter 445. After Nun Jingyue left, Yao Moen no longer hesitated and immediately helped Yi Juanqing in. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted into the room. Yao Moen looked around briefly before her gaze landed on Wu Xin, who had her back to her. Mo Wan pays respect to Nun Wu Axian. Nun Wu Axian, please save my friend, he. Yao Mo Wan hadn't finished speaking when she saw that Nun Wu Axian turn around. Yao Mo Wan's heart was instantly filled with shock. As the saying goes, it's a small world. Yao Moen never dreamed that she would see Duan Tingting here, and dressed like this at that. Long time no see. Duan Tingting smiled, causing Yao Moen to be at a loss. You didn't return to Nanchang. It was true that Yao Moen felt that Duan Tingting was at fault back then. If she hadn't planted the winged parasite, then none of this would have happened. However, in all fairness, Duan Tingting had already done her best by not forcing Yi Juanqing on the day of the wedding or telling Nanchang about this matter. If Tingting returns to Nanchang, how will Imperial Father view Yi Juanqing? Duan Tingting smiled bitterly, then walked over to the unconscious Yi Juanqing. With Yao Moen's help, she helped Yi Juanqing onto the bed. With such heavy injuries, it's no wonder my heart hurts. Duan Tingting frowned, then took out a pill from the cabinet on the left and placed it in Yi Juanqing's mouth. That poisoned person's entire body was covered in poison. Not just being injured by him, just being touched by him could be life-threatening. Thankfully, Tingting had an antidote, so Yi Juanqing should be fine. However, I'll have to trouble Miss Moen to bandage his external injuries. Duan Tingting did her best to make her tone sound as calm as possible. Many thanks. Yao Moen didn't care about how Duan Tingting knew about the poisonous person or why she had sent Nun Jingyue to save them. Right now, the most important thing was Yi Juanqing's safety. Thus, after Duan Tingting left, Yao Moen immediately started treating Yi Juanqing's wounds. When she saw the two deep cuts on Yi Juanqing's abdomen and waist, Yao Moen's heart couldn't be any more pained. Every time she wiped them, Yi Juanqing would twitch involuntarily, causing Yao Moen's tears to fall like rain. Inside the main hall, Duan Tingting was kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped together. Her clear eyes were focused on the statue of Guanyin in front of her, but her heart was unable to calm down. Ever since she left Ji province, she had never stopped thinking about him. Thus, every day, thinking about him had become a compulsory lesson for her. She had thought about forgetting him, but the more she tried to forget, the deeper her yearning for him became. Duan Tingting could no longer tell how much of this yearning was due to the effects of the parasites. She only knew that as long as she was alive, she would never be able to escape this bone-chilling yearning. In front of the statue, Duan Tingting burst into tears. That night, there was a gentle breeze. After making sure that Yi Juanqing was safe, Yao Moen walked out of the side room. The first thing she saw was Duan Tingting's cold figure. What happened that day? Tingting only had herself to blame for what happened that day. If Tingting hadn't rashly planted the parasites in Yi Juanqing's body, today's outcome wouldn't have happened. That's why Tingting wants to thank you. If you hadn't spoken up, Yi Juanqing would never have married Tingting even if he died. If Imperial Father was angered because of this and harmed Yi Juanqing, then it would be Tingting's fault. Duan Tingting restrained the sorrow in her eyes and looked towards Yao Moen with sincerity. Moen had thought that you would hate me. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. Just whose heart had been hurt by that joke? Tingting also thought that you would hate me to the bone, but Yao Moen, if it wasn't for that, how would you have known that Yi Juanqing's love for you to the bone? Duan Tingting had no intention of defending herself. She just wanted Yao Moen to understand that the man she had schemed so hard to obtain wasn't because she wasn't charming enough, but because his heart was already completely occupied by another woman. There was no way for her to slip through. Yi Juanqing loves me. Yao Moen hadn't thought of it that way. At the time, she had thought that Yi Juanqing had strong willpower, which was why he had persisted until the end. Tingting's parasites have never failed before. There are people with greater willpower than Yi Juanqing. Otherwise, why would Tingting take such a risk? There's no need to say these things now, but Tingting truly hopes that you can understand Yi Juanqing's sincerity towards you. Duan Tingting's eyes were deep and serene. She seemed to want to say something, but stopped herself. Then what about you? Don't you hate Yi Juanqing at all? Or perhaps you don't hate Moen at all? Yao Moen felt a bit sad as she looked at Duan Tingting's plain robes under the moonlight. If it had been just a little bit more, or if Yi Juanqing had hesitated at the time, Tingting wouldn't have accepted it. But even with the parasites, Tingting still lost so thoroughly. So in the end, Tingting didn't even have a reason to hate. Sometimes, Tingting feels like my entire life was just a joke. Duan Tingting smiled bitterly. No matter how hard she tried to suppress it, Yao Moen could still see the glistening tears on her face. How did you know Yi Juanqing was in trouble? Yao Moen felt that if she continued to talk about it, it would be the same as rubbing salt on her scars. Since doing such a wicked thing could very well be struck by lightning, Yao Moen decisively changed the topic. Say, could there really be such a coincidence in this world? When Tingting was going up the mountain, she just happened to run into that poisonous man. He kept muttering about wanting Yi Juanqing's life, so when Tingting came back, she asked Nun Jingyue to follow the poisonous man in hopes that she could ensure Yi Juanqing's safety. Duan Tingting told the truth, but left out the reason why she had gone up the mountain. That Nun Jingyue's qigong is truly impressive. I wonder if Princess Changfeng is willing to let Nun Jingyue go to Great Xia in Moen's place. With Yi Juanqing's injuries, he wouldn't be able to leave without half a month, but how could Ji province wait that long? Is something the matter? Duan Tingting turned to look towards Yao Moen. Ji province was ambushed by Great Zhou. Moen and Yi Juanqing wanted to ask for reinforcements from Great Xia. Yao Moen didn't hide it. Alright, Tingting will entrust this matter to Nun Jingyue. Duan Tingting didn't refuse and immediately nodded. Thus, Yao Moen hurriedly returned to her room to write a letter and hand it over to Duan Tingting. Outside the nunnery, Jingyue didn't take the letter. Princess, this subordinate is protecting you under Princess Hanyue's orders. Princess Hanyue has repeatedly warned this subordinate not to leave your side. Currently, this trip to Great Xia will take at least 4 days, at most 5. This subordinate is worried. Jingyue looked towards Duan Tingting worriedly. This matter concerns the safety of Ji province. That Ji province is Yi Juanqing's foundation. If anything happens, the consequences will be unthinkable. If you don't go, this consort will go personally, said Duan Tingting resolutely. Then she put away the letter and prepared to leave. Princess, now that things have reached this point, why do you need to care so much? Since you've already become a nun, there are some people that you should forget if you can. Jingyue looked towards Duan Tingting with slight heartache. As the only imperial guard in Nanxiang, Jingyue's martial arts were naturally top-notch. Jingyue, if this consort had really thought things through, how could I have become a nun? Forget it, if worst comes to worst, this consort will promise you. Just this once and not a next time, all right, begged Duan Tingting. Since Princess says so, then Jingyue will obey. However, Princess must promise Jingyue that if anything happens, Princess must protect yourself. Don't be implicated by others again. Jingyue was still worried. Thank you, Jingyue. Duan-Tingting handed the letter to Jingyue. Only after Jingyue left did she return to the nunnery. The next day, when Yi Junqing woke up, Yao Moen just happened to come in with a plate of vegetarian food. Moen, are you alright? Yi Junqing's memory was still stuck on the moment when he had perished together with the departed soul. Prince, don't worry. Moen is fine, but Prince's injuries aren't light. As Yao Moen spoke, she walked over to the bed and helped Yi Junqing up. Chapter 446. Ugh. Yi Junqing felt a pain in his lower back and abdomen and couldn't help but groan. If it wasn't for Moen, Prince could have just used Qinggong to leave. This was the first time Yao Moen felt like she was a burden. Even without you, this prince wouldn't be able to beat that guy. Moen, this prince feels like we should split up. The departed soul wants to kill me even in his dreams. If you continue to stay by my side, this prince might not be able to protect you, said Yi Junqing firmly. Moen never left when the departed soul was here. Now that the departed soul isn't here, does Prince think Moen will leave? Yao Moen picked up a bowl and scooped some porridge for Yi Junqing. But Yi Junqing didn't care. While the departed soul was here, Yao Moen didn't have a chance to leave either. Eating won't be enough to shut your mouth. If Prince continues to try to persuade you, then there's no need to say anything. Moen has already accepted her fate. We've been through so many storms, so it's not like she's afraid of that black man. Yao Moen shoved the porridge into Yi Junqing's mouth in a slightly rough manner. Yi Junqing knew that Yao Moen was unhappy, so he didn't dare say anything and allowed her to feed him. In reality, Yi Junqing felt like he was only injured in his lower back and abdomen. His hands could still support themselves, but it was rare for Yao Moen to serve him, so he naturally had to enjoy it. Right at this time, the door suddenly opened. When Duan-Tingting walked in, Yao Moen reflexively tossed the spoon into the bowl and then set the bowl in front of Yi Junqing. Does Prince not have hands? Yao Moen didn't know what she was feeling guilty about, or perhaps she just didn't want Duan-Tingting to feel hurt. Yi Junqing instantly frowned. He felt incredibly wronged. Tingting has already had Jingyue bring the letter to Xiao's Crown Prince Di Feng. He'll return in 5 days at the earliest. Miss Moen can relax. Yi Junqing only recognized the person when Duan-Tingting walked up to the bed. Duan-Tingting. Yi Junqing couldn't describe his current state of mind. Previously, she was like a golden branch and jade leaf, dressed in silk and satin, with a pearl flower hairpin in her hair. Now, she was wearing a plain robe and her hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. This humble nun Wuxin. Prince can call this humble nun Wuxin nun Wuxin. Duan-Tingting bowed respectfully with a calm expression. Nun. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in confusion, hoping to learn something from her. However, Yao Moen was just this kind of person. The more awkward Yi Junqing was, the more she liked to leave him alone and leave by herself. Moen forgot that there's still food cooking on the stove. Prince, rest well. I'll leave this place to Shirtai. Yao Moen nodded slightly, then started to leave. Moen. Yao Moen, don't go. Yi Junqing really wanted to jump up and grab onto Yao Moen's tail. Of course, that was if Yao Moen had something to say. However, as soon as he stood up, he felt an extreme pain from his waist. Wang Ye, do you really not want to see this poor nun? It would be a lie to say that he had no expectations. But when she saw the confusion and panic in Yi Hongyi's eyes, Duan-Tingting knew that the result she was waiting for would never appear. Cough cough, why are you here? In reality, Yi Junqing really wanted to say, you can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance you find it without even looking for it. Hurry up and sign the divorce papers. Prince, you should ask this poor nun where this place is first. Duan Tingting swallowed hard and did her best to suppress the feelings in her heart. That's right, where is this place? Yi Junqing couldn't imagine why he had given Yao Moan the cold shoulder for Duan Tingting's sake. To be honest, at this moment, other than awkwardness, he didn't feel anything else. When he thought back to those absurd times, Yi Junqing felt extremely vexed. This is a nunnery. This poor nun has become a nun here for quite some time. Previously, when I found out that Prince and Miss Moan were in trouble, I asked the nunnery Shirtai Jinghua to save the two of you and bring you here, said Duan Tingting truthfully as her clear eyes fell on Yi Junqing. So that's how it is. Junqing thanks Shirtai for saving my life. Yi Junqing's careless words caused Duan Tingting's heart to ache to the bone. He had actually called her Shirtai so naturally and without any hesitation. But Yi Junqing, Tingting was your wife in name. Prince, there's no need to be polite. Between us. Duan Tingting said bitterly, but Yi Junqing stopped her. Junqing and Shirtai have nothing to do with each other. It was only later that Yi Junqing found out that he hadn't gotten drunk that night. He had only fallen asleep in Duan Tingting's room. After finding out the truth, Yi Junqing even went to a tavern to drink to his heart's content. Does Prince really want to draw a clear line with Tingting that much? Before Duan Tingting entered the room, she had warned herself not to cry, but at this moment, tears flowed down without any warning. They streaked across her cheeks and burned her heart. This prince didn't mean that, this prince just... Yi Junqing couldn't explain because that was exactly what he had meant. Forget it. In the end, it was Tingting who was in the wrong first. It's reasonable for Prince to blame Tingting. Duan Tingting wiped away her tears, but she couldn't bear to turn around and leave. All of her dignity had crumbled in this instant. This prince doesn't have any intentions of blaming you. Besides, you saved this prince's and Moan's lives. This prince can't thank you enough, but... Yi Junqing hesitated. Some words would hurt if he said them, but if he didn't say them, it would be very uncomfortable to keep them bottled up. Prince has something to say. Duan Tingting had lost all hope, so she naturally didn't expect Yi Junqing to say anything pleasant. Ahem. No. Yi Junqing didn't say the word divorce letter in the end. He felt that he had to be kind. She had just saved his life, so wouldn't it be too much to reward her with a divorce letter? Prince, lie down. It's time to change the dressing. Even though Yi Junqing had said it, how could Duan Tingting not know what he was thinking? Perhaps she was too stubborn. Since she was letting go, she should be more thorough. No, there's no need, this prince can do it by himself. Yi Junqing immediately stopped Duan Tingting when he saw that she wanted to change the dressing. This humble nun is a monk. Prince, do you think this humble nun will do anything to you? Compared to Duan Tingting's magnanimity, Yi Junqing felt that he was a bit too petty, so he reluctantly convinced himself to lie down. Meanwhile, Yao Moan was walking towards the kitchen in boredom when she suddenly heard someone talking in the corner. You didn't see it, but that day, Wu Axian was clutching her chest and gritting her teeth in pain. Beads of sweat were pouring out, gossiped nun number 1. I've never seen her like this before. I wonder if it has something to do with that man, said nun number 2. What right do you have to say that? Nun number 1 scooted over and glared at her. Intuition. Nun number 2 had only just shut her mouth when she was kicked away. Even though nun number 1 didn't think much of it, Yao Moan still took it to heart. Thus, that night, Yao Moan asked about the matter that Duan Tingting's heart ached for. It was just a coincidence. This was Duan-Tingting's reply. If it was just a coincidence, Moen wouldn't have asked you if it had something to do with the winged parasite. Sometimes, Yao Moen felt that it was better for herself to be a bit stupid. Chapter 447. The pair of wings parasites is already dead, so what does it have to do with it? Duan-Tingting smiled helplessly. That pair of wings parasites had been raised on her own blood. When it was implanted in Yi Junqing's body, it had implanted her heart as well. So if Yi Junqing was happy, she would be happy. If Yi Junqing was sad, she would cry. If Yi Junqing was hurt, she would feel heartache. If you have any difficulties, you can tell Moen. Yao Moen had a vague feeling that Duan-Tingting was hiding something, but there were some things that even if she said it, Duan-Tingting might not necessarily listen to. Tingting doesn't have any difficulties, but you're too kind. If it had been me, I definitely wouldn't have let Yi Junqing marry you. Duan-Tingting smiled bitterly, then turned to look at Yao Moen. Yao Moen, don't worry. Tingting will definitely return what I owe you, said Duan-Tingting confidently, then turned to return to the side room. Yao Moen stood there for a long time, her lips slightly pressed together. But Duan-Tingting, Moen doesn't feel like you owe me anything. Before returning to her room, Yao Moen went to Yi Junqing's room and just happened to see him getting off the bed. What are you doing? Yao Moen quickly walked over and helped Yi Junqing back onto the bed. This prince wants to look for you. Yi Junqing looked up, his eyes filled with unconcealable worry. Look for me. Can't you just call me if you want me? Asked Yao Moen resentfully. But it's so late, this prince is afraid that you'd fall asleep, and afraid. He was also afraid that even if he called out countless times, he wouldn't get a response. Yi Junqing didn't dare say what he was thinking. It turned out that he really couldn't bear to part with Yao Moen, not even for a moment. It's rare that there are times when Prince would be afraid. Oh right, did Duan-Tingting mention anything about the winged parasites to you during the day? Asked Yao Moen very seriously, but Yi Junqing interpreted it as jealousy. This prince swears that this prince and Duan-Tingting haven't done anything. Yi Junqing instantly pointed to the sky as he swore. Yao Moen found it funny when she saw Yi Junqing's sincere expression. At this point, if she still didn't trust Yi Junqing, then the problem definitely lay with her. Ever since Yao Moen left, Yi Junqing had become more and more aware of the importance of that divorce letter. Thus, he decided that no matter how difficult it was to bring it up, he still had to make it clear to Duan-Tingting. However, Yi Junqing hadn't expected that Duan-Tingting wouldn't give him this chance. At the break of dawn, a miserable cry suddenly rang out from the nunnery. It was quickly followed by a second cry, a third cry. When Yi Junqing struggled to open the door, Yao Moen and Duan-Tingting had rushed over. What happened? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. The departed soul has charged in. Is there a back door here? Yao Moen looked towards Duan-Tingting with a grave expression. Follow me. Duan-Tingting indicated for Yao Moen to support Yi Junqing, then headed towards a secluded path on the left. Listening to the shrill cries of the nuns behind them, the three of them felt their hearts ache. Those were people who stood aloof from worldly affairs and only wanted to find a quiet corner to cultivate in. But because of the three of them, those people had died so innocently. You guys go down from here. I'll distract him. Duan-Tingting stopped abruptly at the fork in the road. You can't. Yi Junqing and Yao Moen grabbed Duan-Tingting at the same time. No one's life was worth more than the others, especially Duan-Tingting's. If it weren't for them, Duan-Tingting would be in Nanxiang right now as a princess. Don't hesitate. Yi Junqing is heavily injured and neither of us know martial arts. At a time like this, someone has to sacrifice something. This is for you. Tingting, leave. Duan Tingting abruptly shook off Yi Juanqing's hand and took out a letter to hand to Yao Moen. However, before Duan Tingting could leave, the departed soul had already appeared in front of the three of them. Yi Juanqing, you're truly lucky. You were injured by my life-seizing strike, but you're still alive. Do you know that this life-seizing strike has already merged with me? The poison on it is even worse than the crane's crown red. The departed soul was still brooding over the fact that Yi Juanqing hadn't died. Departed soul. The person you want to kill is this prince, let them go. Yi Juanqing pushed Yao Moen's hand away and took a step forward to stand in front of Yao Moen and Duan Tingting. Ha! Yi Juanqing, do you know who you're talking to? Not only will I not let them go, I'll kill them first so that you can personally see these two weak beauties die in front of you. I'll let you suffer. I'll let you have a taste of all the pain I've endured these past 10 years. The departed soul's eyes were bloodshot as he used the simplest and crudest words to express the extreme hatred in his heart. At this time, the life-seizing strike that was stained with the blood of over 30 nuns was even more dazzling under the sunlight. You guys leave. Juanqing has a way to stop him. Yi Juanqing thought of taking the departed soul down with him again because he couldn't think of any other way to stop the departed soul. Duan Tingting, this matter has nothing to do with you. Leave. You can go back to Nanxiang or find another nunnery. Hurry and leave. Yao Moen pushed Duan Tingting away fiercely, her voice urgent and pleading. None of you should even think about leaving. The departed soul raised the life-seizing strike and Yi Juanqing also charged forward. However, Yi Juanqing hadn't expected that the departed soul would be so crafty. He actually tossed the life-seizing strike towards Yao Moen. At this moment, even if Yi Juanqing had a pair of wings, he wouldn't be able to save Yao Moen in time. No, Moen. Yi Juanqing's eyes were bloodshot as he dove down like a madman, desperately reaching out to grab the life-seizing strike. However, no matter how hard he tried, the life-seizing strike was still a bit faster than him. Blood splattered everywhere, drenching Yao Moen's clothes. The blood was still warm, so every inch of Yao Moen's skin felt like it was burning. Why? Why did you save me? Yao Moen looked at Duan Tingting who was blocking in front of her and her body slid down bit by bit. Her hands trembled as she pulled Duan Tingting into her embrace. Because Tingting doesn't want Yi Juanqing to be sad. If he's sad, Tingting will cry. Blood flowed down Duan Tingting's snow-white neck in a ghastly manner. You really are stupid. You really are an idiot. Tingting, please don't let anything happen to you, alright? Yao Moen began to cry. Her crying was heart-wrenching. Tingting. I'm sorry. Juanqing has wronged you. When Yi Juanqing saw how pale Duan Tingting's face was, he clenched his hands into fists and smashed them against the ground. It's all right. Tingting is free now. Juanqing, if Yao Moen didn't exist, would you have fallen in love with me? Her teary eyes trembled as the image in front of her gradually blurred. She really didn't want to be free. Even if they were separated by tens of thousands of li, even if they would never be able to see each other again, she would still be satisfied as long as she could feel Yi Juanqing's emotions. But what could she do? She didn't have a chance. Answer her. Yi Juanqing, what are you doing? Yao Moen abruptly grabbed Yi Juanqing's collar and roared fiercely. She was on the verge of collapsing. Yes. Juanqing will fall in love with you. Even without the winged parasite, Juanqing will definitely fall in love with you. Yi Juanqing didn't know if his words were sincere or not. He only knew that in this moment, he couldn't remain indifferent towards those dying eyes. So Yao Moen in the next life, give him to Tingting, alright. Blood gushed out from Duan Tingting's neck, soaking her plain robe. The pain gradually grew numb and Duan-Tingting used the last of her strength to hold on to Yao Moen. Her tear-stained eyes flickered with a lustrous light. All right. In the next life, Moen will hide far, far away from you. Tingting, please don't let anything happen to you, don't. Yao Moen sobbed uncontrollably and tightened her grip on Duan-Tingting. She wanted to hold on to that soul that was about to pass away, but no matter how hard she tried, Duan-Tingting's life was still slipping away. Chapter 448. Yao Moen, if it wasn't for Yi Junqing, we would have become good friends. Duan-Tingting's voice was filled with endless regret as her arms drooped down powerlessly. That proud Princess Changfeng who was in Nan Chang's hands finally stopped breathing in Yao Moen's embrace. Tingting! Tingting! Yao Moen cried out mournfully as tears streamed down her face. She didn't know why she was so sad, but her heart just hurt. It hurt so much that every time she breathed, she felt as if a knife was stabbing into her chest. Tingting, I'm sorry. Junqing has let you down. Departed soul. This prince will kill you. Yi Junqing abruptly stood up with extreme grief and anger as he glared at the departed soul. Ha, the death of one isn't important, but if that woman also dies, Yi Junqing, would you go crazy? The departed soul's cold face turned into a sinister smile. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Tingting. Moen swears that I'll definitely get revenge for you, I definitely will. Yao Moen reluctantly placed Duan-Tingting on the ground, then took out a dagger from her sleeve and walked towards the departed soul. Moen. Just as Yi Junqing was about to stop her, he saw that Yao Moen's crimson eyes had turned icy. Yi Junqing. I don't seek to live together, but I hope to die together. Yao Moen's cold voice was filled with unconcealable determination. Yao Moen tightly gripped the sharp blade in her hand as her clear eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Good. What a good, I don't seek to live together, but I hope to die together. If Junqing can accompany you to the underworld, I will have no regrets. Yi Junqing nodded fiercely, then raised the sword to his chest and charged towards the departed soul as fast as he could. Almost at the same time, Yao Moen also charged over like a madman. Humph. Since you guys want to die, I'll help you. The departed soul's lips curved coldly as he suddenly swung the life-seizing strike. In a flash, Yao Moen flew out. The wind whistled past her ears as Zhonger's figure suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Zhonger, is it you who came to pick up mother? Just as Yao Moen closed her eyes in despair, she heard a roar. Yao Moen, can't you be more shameless? This envoy saved you and you still dare to call yourself this envoy's mother. Would you have been able to raise a son as lively and beautiful as this envoy? Baijian rolled his eyes and pushed Yao Moen away as he snorted angrily. When Yao Moen heard this, she was stunned. When she looked again, she saw that Baijian was standing in front of her. When she turned around, she saw that Yi Junqing had also been saved by Mo Chang. When she looked at the departed soul, she saw that Mei Ji and thousand-faced assassin had locked it down. Who are you? Let me go. The soul struggled desperately to break free from the chains that bound him, but to no avail. Moen. It's a black iron chain. With your inner power, I'm afraid you can't break it. Meiji sneered at the departed soul. King, Yout. After confirming that Yi Junqing was fine, Yao Moen walked towards the departed soul step by step. Yao Moen, don't act recklessly. The commandant has ordered that this person must be kept alive. Baijian immediately stepped forward when he saw Yao Moen walk towards the departed soul. Son, get out of the way. Yao Moen's voice was cold and her eyes were like ice. Who's your son? As Baijan fumed, Yao Moen had already arrived in front of the departed soul. Yao and Mo Wan, we're following orders. You can't touch the departed soul. Meiji didn't want to bicker with Yao and Mo Wan over the fact that she had lied to her, so she solemnly warned her. That's right. Yao Moen, step down. Baijan, hurry up and pull her back. The thousand-faced assassin and Meiji pulled the two ends of the chain tightly. Don't worry, Moen just wants to say a few words. Yao Moen looked coldly at the departed soul. The coldness in her eyes caused the struggling departed soul to involuntarily retreat. Then hurry up. Baijan gestured with his thumb and middle finger. However, before he could finish speaking, the dagger in Yao Moen's hand had already pierced the soul's body. You deserve to die. Give me back Tingting's life. Yao Moen's hands gripped the dagger tightly, using all the strength in her body. Yin Shua and the thousand-faced assassin saw that the situation wasn't good, so they immediately pulled the chains and retreated a few steps, afraid that the departed soul's blood would splatter on Yao Moen. Yao Moen, you're crazy. He's a poisonous person. The blood on his body is poisonous. Baijan hadn't expected Yao Moen's reaction to be so extreme, so he immediately pulled her back. Departed soul. They were all innocent people. Why did you kill them? Remember this. I, Yao Moen, will definitely kill you with my own hands. I'll personally chop off your head as a sacrifice to Duan Tingting and those nuns who died because of you. Yao Moen's tears burst like a dam, and she cried her heart out. Yao Moen, you yourself barely survived, so don't try to be brave. Baijan was still making sarcastic remarks when Yao Moen suddenly turned around and glared at him with a sharp gaze. You want to eat people. Baijan subconsciously choked and said resentfully. How long have you guys been hiding in the dark? Why didn't you guys do anything when he killed Duan Tingting? If the departed soul is Duan Tingting's murderer, then you guys are accomplices. Since you've decided not to help, then you might as well not come out. What are you doing now? You want Moen to be grateful to you guys. Paw. Yao Moen angrily rebuked. Her beautiful eyes caused one to tremble with fear. You girl. How can you say that? How could we have been hiding in the dark? We really just arrived. Baijan refuted guiltily. Baijan. In order to make Lord Nan and Ji Province become enemies, you guys actually did nothing to help. If Lord Nan finds out about this, who knows what the consequences will be. Go back and tell Nameless that with me, Yao Moen, around, his wishful thinking might not work. What about now? You guys want to capture Moen and the esteemed prince? Yao Moen suddenly took 2 steps forward and raised her hands in front of Baijan. Ahem. It's better if you call me a dead lady boy. Baijan laughed dryly and retreated. He looked towards Mo Chang, Meiji, and Thousand Faces pleadingly. However, the 3 of them were looking at the sky. At this moment, whoever interrupted was an idiot. Baijan, let's go. Mo Chang sure couldn't bear to see Yao Moen use her gaze to kill her beloved, so he immediately unsealed Yi Juanqing's acupoints and left. Baijan naturally followed after him. At the same time, Meiji and Thousand Faces also left with the departed soul. Moen, are you alright? Yi Juanqing undid his bindings and immediately ran to Yao Moen's side. I'm fine. Yao Moen walked over to Duan Tingting's corpse and bent down to brush the blood at the corner of Duan Tingting's lips. Tingting, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for saving Moen, you might not have died. Yao Moen's tears fell uncontrollably and her fingers trembled as fast as her heart. If Duan Tingting hadn't rushed over, she was sure that Baijan and the others would have also helped, but it was already too late. Moen, it was Juanqing who wronged her. It has nothing to do with you. If Junqing hadn't formed a grudge with the departed soul, today's events wouldn't have happened. Yi Junqing clenched his fists in frustration. It wasn't you, it was Yi Hongyi. Moen will personally make Yi Hongyi pay for this debt. Just as Yao Moen was speaking mournfully, the sound of hurried footsteps came from nearby. Princess Changfeng. When Yao Moen saw Jingyu run over in bloodied clothes, her heart ached. If she hadn't begged Duan Tingting to let Jingyu go to Bactria, Jingyu's martial arts wouldn't have been able to injure Duan Tingting. In the end, she couldn't escape responsibility for Duan Tingting's death. Chapter 449. Nun Jingyue. Tingting, she. Yao Moen choked with sobs but was pushed away by Jingyue. Princess. How could it be like this? You promised Jingyue that you would be safe. If Master found out, how sad would he be? Princess. Wake up. Why? Yao Moen, Yi Junqing. What exactly happened? Why did the princess die? How did everyone in the nunnery die? Speak. Jingyue roared furiously, her eyes bloodshot. At this moment, Yao Moen finally understood that this so-called nun Jingyue was Duan Tingting's bodyguard. That was why she was so respectful and obedient towards Duan Tingting. It was that poisonous man. He killed Princess Changfeng. Yao Moen forced herself to speak. Her voice was heavy with sobs. That poisonous man wanted to kill you guys. But why was the princess the one who died? Yi Junqing, are you even a man? How did the princess treat you? Yet you just watched as she died in the hands of that poisonous man. Jingyue's eyes were about to split open and the veins on her forehead bulged. Princess, it was Moen who blocked the fatal strike, it was Moen who wronged Princess. Yao Moen explained sorrowfully. No. It was Junqing who harmed the princess, it was. You don't have to explain anymore. The princess is dead but you two are still alive, this is the best explanation. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing. Lord Nanxiang won't let you off. He definitely won't. Jingyue's tears fell like rain. She didn't care what Yao Moen and Yi Junqing wanted to say and immediately turned to hug Duan Tingting. Princess. Jingyue will bring you home. Let's return to Nanxiang and never come out again, all right. Yao Moen only reacted a long time after Jingyue left. Moen, it's already happened, there's no point in being sad. Let's head to Bactria first. Once Ji province is saved, Junqing will naturally go to Lord Nanxiang to ask for forgiveness. Yi Junqing walked towards Yao Moen comfortingly and looked at Yao Moen's eyes that were swollen from crying. Speechless, Yao Moen trembled as she took out the letter that Duan Tingting had stuffed into her hand. When she opened it, tears streamed down her face. It was a divorce certificate with Duan Tingting's name on it. On the way to Great Xia, Yao Moen's mood was heavy the entire time. However, the burden on her shoulders was too heavy. She didn't have much time to immerse herself in grief and guilt. Regarding Duan Tingting's death, she swore that she would personally kill the departed soul for Duan Tingting and also make Yi Hongyi receive the retribution he deserved. When they first entered Grand Xia, Yao Moen and Yi Junqing received unprecedented hospitality. This caused Yao Moen to feel a little overwhelmed by the favor. When she saw Di Feng appear in dragon robes, Yao Moen suddenly felt like time had passed. Back when Grand Xia had just entered, Di Feng had still been a prisoner. Junqing greets Emperor Xia. Yi Junqing saluted respectfully, but Di Feng stepped forward to stop him. There's no need to stand on ceremony when brothers meet. The current Di Feng could definitely be said to be high-spirited and vigorous. Ever since he ascended the throne, Great Xia seemed to have been lucky enough to become rich. Among them, the rattan chair business with Yao Manifest business had become a pillar of support for the country and the people's livelihood. The thing that could best reflect this point was that even the prisoners in the imperial prison were working day and night to make rattan chairs in order to obtain the treatment of reducing their sentences. It could be seen just how big the demand for rattan chairs was. Moan greets. When Yao Moan bowed according to etiquette, Di Feng even more attentively helped her up. I can't bear the gift of a god of wealth like you. Di Feng smiled. Moan is the god of wealth. Yao Moan felt that Di Feng was exaggerating. At most, she was just giving Grand Xia an idea to get rich. The reason Grand Xia was able to rely on this to become rich was completely due to their ingenuity in inventing rattan beds, cabinets, and other new things on the basis of weaving rattan chairs. Oh! Grandmother God of Fortune, please take a seat of honor, Di Feng cupped his hands in realization and said. Large beads of cold sweat appeared on the back of Yao Moan's head. That night, Di Feng specially received Yao Moan and Yi Junqing in the side hall. That old man Zhou Yun's head must have been kicked by a donkey. According to the information we've obtained from the spies we've sent, the 300,000 soldiers that Great Zhou has sent to Ji province this time is almost two-thirds of Great Zhou's military strength. If it weren't for the fact that he has a deep grudge against you, Yi Junqing, he might not have done this. Di Feng looked towards Yi Junqing solemnly. This prince wanted to form a grudge with him, but unfortunately, he didn't give this prince the chance. Yi Junqing didn't care. He didn't even know if Zhou Wudi was fat, thin, beautiful, or ugly. That's strange. Logically speaking, Zhou Wudi shouldn't have made such a big move. But don't worry, we've already sent 100,000 soldiers to Great Zhou in hopes of pressuring Zhou Wudi. As for the results, we don't dare to guarantee. To Yao Moan, the fact that Di Feng was able to send 100,000 soldiers was already a great favor. For Great Xia, this could be considered a full force. There are no words to express my gratitude for this great favor. When Ji province is rescued, Moan will definitely repay this favor. Yao Moan would definitely do what she said. She would never mistreat those who helped her when she was in a difficult situation. As for those who hit her when she was down and added oil to the fire, she would also hold a grudge against them. Moan, you're exaggerating. If it weren't for your schemes that day, we might not be in this situation today. In fact, it's Di Feng who owes you the most. Di Feng drank a mouthful of wine with an indescribable expression. These words sound very awkward. Yao Moan laughed at herself. At the time, she hadn't been wholeheartedly thinking about Di Feng. No matter what, Di Feng has to thank the two of you. Today, we're lucky to meet again. We won't leave until we're drunk. Di Feng once again raised his cup and drained it. According to Yao Moan, with Great Xia's 100,000 soldiers, they would definitely be able to force back Great Zhou's 300,000 soldiers in Ji province. In addition, Duan Tingting's death made it impossible for Yao Moan to release the pent-up frustrations that had accumulated for a long time. Thus, that night, Yao Moan, Yi Junqing, and Di Feng drank until they were completely drunk. As the saying goes, if there's wine today, then get drunk today. If there's worry tomorrow, then there'll be worry tomorrow. After noon the next day, when the three of them sobered up, the worry came. Reporting to Your Majesty, General Zhang Long led an army of 100,000 at the border of Great Xia and Great Zhou. From the flags, it looks like Great Chu's army. The two armies are currently in a deadlock, reported Prime Minister Zhao Shun with a grave expression. Why would Great Chu's army appear there? Di Feng never expected that something like this would happen. He frowned as he looked towards Yi Junqing and Yao Moan. It seems that Yi Hongyi had predicted our plan long ago, so he made preparations beforehand, growled Yi Junqing through clenched teeth. Yi Hongyi doesn't have that kind of intelligence. If Moen's guess isn't wrong, this should be Iron Blood Core's nameless idea. That person really is a wily old fox. Whenever Yao Moen thought of Nameless, she would clench her teeth in hatred. Then what do we do now? Di Feng was out of ideas. Great Xia couldn't compare to Chu and Shu. They really didn't have the ability to send another 100,000 soldiers to help. Since we can't deal a heavy blow to Great Zhou, then let's retreat. Yao Moen couldn't think of a better plan. Just as Di Feng was hesitating, an urgent report came in from outside. Reporting to Your Majesty, the ruler of Great Qi has suddenly sent reinforcements to our army. They've already captured 2 of Great Zhou's cities. The guard's words shocked all 3 of them. At the side, Zhao Shun walked in front of the guard in disbelief. Is what you're saying true? When did this happen? Zhao Shun was clearly skeptical. Reporting to Prime Minister Zhao, this morning's matter. King Qi personally led 200,000 soldiers to help. Right now, our army is like a hot knife through butter. When this subordinate received the news, the battle was still ongoing, reported the guard. There's actually something like this. Your relationship with Feng Yihan isn't bad. Di Feng's brows relaxed. Being able to help Yao Moen and Yi Junqing was one of the things that had been weighing on his mind. Feng Yihan. Luckily we have him. Yao Moen sighed in relief, the corners of her lips curling up in a knowing smile. At the side, Yi Junqing's heart felt like it was blocked by a rock. Even though there was hope that Ji province could be saved, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Even the smile that hung on his lips seemed extremely forced. In the next 3 days, the situation was as unstable as Di Feng's trembling fingers. Chapter 450. What? What did you say? Di Feng was shocked as he looked towards the guard in front of the dragon desk in disbelief. Reporting to Your Majesty, Great Chu has increased their army by 150,000. They are fighting alongside Great Zhou against our army and Great Qi's army. The situation is tense and the 2 armies are in a deadlock, reported the guard. It seems that Nameless is putting a lot of effort into taking Ji province this time. Yao Moen furrowed her brows and her eyes turned cold. The outcome is hard to predict, but we don't know what the situation in Ji province is like. Yi Junqing hadn't expected the situation to develop to this point and was filled with worry. There's no time to lose. Moen feels that we need to meet up with Feng Yihan. Emperor Xia. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing, then towards Di Feng. Don't worry, Shen will immediately order people to prepare a carriage to send the 2 of you on your way. However, Di Feng's abilities are limited and he can only help you this much. Di Feng was filled with guilt and his eyes were filled with apology. Emperor Xia, don't say that. Moen will always remember Emperor Xia's kindness in helping Moen. Yao Moen cupped her hands in salute, then left Linen with Yi Junqing to head towards the plains where the 2 armies were fighting. It took about 5 days to travel from Linen to the plains. On the 3rd day, Yin Shui unexpectedly appeared in front of Yao Moen. Yin Shui kowtows in salute to Master. Yin Shui's appearance surprised Yao Moen greatly. Her heart instantly went cold. Why are you here? Did something happen in Ji province? Yao Moen really couldn't think of the current situation on the bright side. Master, don't worry. Ji province has Supreme Lord Han's support and can hold out for at least half a month, but after half a month, it was Supreme Lord Han who ordered Yin Shui to protect Master and inform Master of the situation in Ji province so that Master doesn't make any mistakes, reported Yin Shui truthfully. Han Genie. Why would he go to Ji province? When she heard this name, Yao Mo1 felt her heart warm up. An indescribable feeling lingered in her heart. Even if it was anyone who received someone's full support when they were down and out, they wouldn't be indifferent. Yao Mo Wan was like this. Even though she didn't say it, in her heart, Han Genie was no longer the Han Genie of the past. Supreme Lord Han must have heard that Ji province is in trouble, that's why he led a group of subordinates to help. Master Chao alone has already won 3 consecutive battles against Chao Kun. Yin Shui was indescribably grateful to receive help in her hour of need. Many thanks to him this time. Yao Moan nodded slightly as a gratified expression flashed across her face. At the side, Yi Junqing felt his chest tighten. This stifling feeling made it hard for him to breathe. Not so long ago, he was also an undefeated general who could command the battlefield. No matter where he went, he would be followed by envious gazes. But now, he was like an ignorant child who was hiding under Yao Moan's wings, unable to withstand the wind and waves. It was just Ji province, yet he was already flustered and he still had to rely on Yao Moan to run around for him. Yi Junqing suddenly felt that he was truly too weak. All of his self-confidence disappeared in this instant. Yin Shui, since you've come, stay behind and follow us to the plains. I hope that things will take a turn for the better, said Yao Moan solemnly. Yin Shui had already accepted the order and hid in the shadows. Moan. This prince wants to return to Ji province to go into battle. Yi Junqing finally couldn't help but say this. Now that Yin Shui was here, he could leave in peace. Yao Moan was silent for a long time before she finally looked up. Since Prince has this thought, Moan supports it. However, Prince must persevere and wait for Moan to return. Yao Moan didn't want Yi Junqing to leave from the bottom of her heart, but she had a reason that she couldn't stop him. Yi Junqing hadn't expected that Yao Moan would agree. He was both excited and reluctant to part. The situation was changing rapidly and he didn't know if they would ever be able to meet again after this parting. All right. Junqing will wait for you. Yi Junqing nodded firmly. His face was filled with absolute determination. Parting always made people sad, but Yao Moan and Yi Junqing didn't have the time to be sentimental. Once Yi Junqing left, Yao Moan summoned Yin Shui. Master, this subordinate doesn't understand. Why do you want Prince to return to Ji province? Based on Prince's personality, if Ji province, this subordinate is afraid that something will happen to Prince, said Yin Shui worriedly. Now that Ji province is in trouble, as a prince, he should naturally go through this together with the people of Ji province. This consort cannot allow him to lose the hearts of the people and the morale of the army. Furthermore, this trip is to ask Feng Yihan to restrain Chu Zhou's army, so in the end, it's to ask for help. Yi Junqing can't do something like this. In the future, he will definitely become the king of Chu. This consort does not wish for him to be unable to raise his head in front of anyone. As for his safety, with Yan Nanqing around, nothing will happen to him. Yao Moan's thoughts were meticulous. She had thought of every step properly for Yi Junqing. Master, if you treat Yi Junqing like this, if Yi Junqing ever betrays you, Yin Shui will seek justice for you even if I have to lose my life. The matter with Duan Tingting had left a shadow in Yin Shui's heart. At this moment Yin Shui only knew that in this world, there was no one who would treat Yi Junqing better than Master. Don't worry. After suffering so much, up to this day, only this consort has wronged others. This consort definitely won't give anyone the chance to wrong this consort. Yao Moan's eyes were cold and her voice was cold. At this time, Yin Shui finally understood the true meaning of Yao Moan's words. But at that time, who would be able to distinguish who was right and who was wrong? As soon as they entered the plains, Feng Yihan personally came to welcome them. The setting sun shone on the blood-stained city walls and it was possible to smell the stench of blood in the air. The cruelty of war wasn't limited to the ghastly white bones on the battlefield, but also the begging gazes of the women guarding the homes. A man dressed in martial attire walked over with large strides. As the sun shone down on him, his golden armor shone brilliantly. He had handsome brows, bright eyes, and an imposing appearance. The first impression that Feng Yihan gave others was that he had the aura of a king and the majesty of a monarch. At this moment, it was exactly that kind of king who was the center of attention of the world when a kitten suddenly burrowed out of his arms. This scene was so comical that even the calm Yao Moen couldn't help but laugh out loud. King Qi has to bring Si Qing with him even when marching. The kitten seemed to recognize Yao Moen because when Yao Moen stretched out her hand, Si Qing burrowed into Yao Moen's arms without any sense of unfamiliarity. She even rubbed against Yao Moen from time to time. This was very different from the previous times. Of course, Yihan and Si Qing are inseparable. Feng Yihan's voice was very soft and gentle like the moon. When the light in his eyes fell on Yao Moen, it was like spring water. Moen can't thank King Qi enough for your help this time. Yao Moen had to thank him. Even though she knew that as long as she asked, Feng Yihan most likely wouldn't refuse, the current situation was that Feng Yihan had already done this much before she even said anything. An army of 150,000, and now an additional 100,000. This kind of favor was too heavy. Yihan doesn't like hearing you say this. A drop of kindness is repaid with a gushing spring. As the monarch of a country, Yihan naturally understands this principle. Feng Yihan emphasized that Yao Moen had saved his life back in Great Chu's imperial palace. But Yao Moen really wanted to say that she had only lifted a finger back then. It really wasn't enough for Feng Yihan to repay her with a gushing spring. What buts? Do you want Yihan to kneel down and thank you? Feng Yihan cheerfully and wittily changed all the greetings. When the two of them walked into the main hall, Feng Yihan ordered people to set up a banquet. However, Yao Moen refused. According to Yao Moen, the current military situation was urgent and it really wasn't suitable for a banquet. If Feng Yihan was willing, she didn't mind accompanying him for a drink. Thus, in the main hall, Feng Yihan dismissed all the servants, leaving Si Qing alone to accompany him. If King Qi hadn't won by a surprise move, Moen really wouldn't be able to continue this show. However, Moen doesn't understand. Why would King Qi suddenly send divine troops to reinforce Great Xia? This was something that Yao Moen had always found unimaginable. Chapter 451. Even if Yihan is a god, he can't possibly be that accurate. Actually, after Yihan received news that Ji province was besieged, he wanted to launch a surprise attack on Great Zhou to force Great Zhou to retreat and defend. However, he didn't expect that when Yihan arrived, he would coincidentally encounter Great Chu's army ambushing Great Xia's army. In addition, you were in Great Xia, so Yihan naturally understood Great Xia's intentions. Since we are like-minded, what's wrong with helping out? Feng Yihan kept referring to himself by name, making the atmosphere much warmer. Moen was indeed surprised that King Qi was willing to lend a helping hand. If it wasn't for that, Moen really doesn't know if we could have survived this ordeal. Yao Moen's eyes were filled with gratitude as she spoke. If you're still so unorthodox, Yihan will have to withdraw his troops. Feng Yihan pretended to be angry as he looked at Yao Moen. Yao Moen was speechless. She only raised her cup and downed it in one gulp. It wasn't known if Yao Moen's alcohol tolerance was too good or if Feng Yihan's alcohol tolerance was too bad, but when he drank his 7th cup of Nuerhong, Feng Yihan actually fell asleep with his hands on the table. This made Yao Moen feel extremely awkward. Fortunately, Ting Feng appeared in time and ordered people to carry Feng Yihan back to his room. When Ting Feng brought Yao Moen to the side room, Si Qing actually followed them all the way. This cat is really nostalgic. Yao Moen felt that Si Qing was very obedient, so she carried her into the room. Does Empress Chu think that Si Qing's memory is so good that she's already familiar with someone she's only met a few times? Ting Feng's tone was sour. Yao Moen was slightly startled when Ting Feng took out a piece of braised meat from his sleeve and tossed it on the ground. When Si Qing saw the meat, it was as if she had seen her own father, and she leaped out of Yao Moen's embrace. Seeing that Ting Feng was about to leave, Yao Moen spoke up to stop him. If Imperial Guard Ting Feng has something to say, Moen is all ears. Yao Moen couldn't ignore the coldness in Ting Feng's eyes, so she spoke up. Does Empress Chu really think that His Majesty's alcohol tolerance is so bad that he's already drunk halfway through? Ting Feng didn't stand on ceremony and immediately turned to look at Yao Moen. On the surface, it does seem so. Yao Moen didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. That's because before Empress Chu, His Majesty hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights in order to fight against Chu Zhou's army. A second before Empress Chu arrived, His Majesty had just walked out of his study with bloodshot eyes. He originally wanted to go back to his room to rest, but after hearing Empress Chu's news, he intentionally ordered the imperial physician to remove the redness in his eyes. That damned imperial physician must have dripped something into His Majesty's eyes, but he actually looks so energetic, as though he slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. Ting Feng's voice carried resentment, clearly blaming Yao Moen. I don't know. Yao Moen's heart suddenly ached. She couldn't imagine that Feng Yihan hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he didn't seem the slightest bit tired just now. There are still many things that Empress Chu doesn't know. For example, Si Qing, the reason why you are so familiar with Empress Chu is because His Majesty usually uses Empress Chu's portrait to train Si Qing. As long as Si Qing rubs herself against the portrait, she will immediately receive a reward. Over time, Si Qing firmly believes that as long as she acts spoiled in front of the portrait, there will be meat to eat. That's why when Si Qing sees Empress Chu again, she is so amiable. Ting Feng's voice still carried resentment. Cough cough. King Qi is considerate. Yao Moen actually really wanted to say that over time, wouldn't the lovely person in the portrait be covered in hair? Considerate. Empress Chu only used these 2 words to describe His Majesty's good intentions. Then Ting Feng didn't understand. Why did all of the imperial concubines in Great Qi's inner palace more or less resemble Empress Chu? Even if it was only in appearance, they would still receive His Majesty's favor. Why did all of the previous dynasty's generals oppose this expedition? The result of no one leading the army was that His Majesty would personally lead the army. Empress Chu was just a woman, so how could she understand the cruelty of war? The Great Zhou and Chu armies numbered 400,000. Although Qi Xia's army also numbered 300,000, they had just arrived in Great Zhou and suffered heavy losses in the first battle. Empress Chu couldn't imagine how much pain and suffering His Majesty had suffered in this period of time. Ting Feng knew that Empress Chu didn't care about these things. In Empress Chu's heart, Ji Province and Yi Junqing were the most important. However, Ting Feng hoped that Empress Chu could stop and turn back to look at those people who had silently sacrificed themselves behind your back. If Empress Chu still has a bit of conscience, then don't make things difficult for His Majesty anymore. Ting Feng looked towards Yao Moen with righteous indignation, paused for a moment, then left. As she watched Ting Feng leave, Yao Moen smiled bitterly. It turned out that in other people's eyes, she was such a heartless person. Master. Yin Shui heard all of Ting Feng's words. She knew that Yao Moen definitely wasn't in a good mood right now, but if there was a second path, why would Master need to rush all the way to Great Xia? Wasn't this consort too selfish? Yao Moen's lips curved as a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Different standpoints naturally lead to different thoughts. As King Qi's hidden guard, it's reasonable for Ting Feng to say those words. However, he doesn't understand Master's difficulties. Yin Shui believes that King Qi's efforts will be repaid by Master. As expected, Yin Shui understood Yao Moen. I'm tired, let's sleep. Yao Moen was a bit speechless. From Yin Shui's point of view, this was the only way she could comfort herself. Thus, this night, there was someone who couldn't sleep. Yao Moen felt that after hearing Ting Feng's words, she should pack up and leave. Then she should write something along the lines of, "Many thanks, this consort has thought of a better way, King Qi, please withdraw your troops." However, what made Yao Moen feel ashamed was that she actually decided to shamelessly stay because she truly didn't have a better way. At this time, Yi Junqing was in Ji province, waiting for her to return. The next day, Feng Yihan expressed deep remorse for falling asleep at the dinner table. However, Yao Moen appeared very magnanimous. King Qi doesn't need to blame yourself. Even if there was a bed at the time, Moen would still have slept with King Qi. In reality, Yao Moen wanted to say that she was also very tired at the time and that King Qi didn't need to mind. However, the moment she said this, the atmosphere in the main hall instantly became a bit more ambiguous. Ahem. Moen's meaning is. Perhaps it was because Ting Feng's words yesterday had entered Yao Moen's heart, but Yao Moen didn't want Feng Yihan to misunderstand, so she immediately tried to explain. However, she saw Feng Yihan take a step forward and smile. If I had known that Empress Chu was thinking like this, Yihan would have prepared dinner in the bedroom, said Feng Yihan earnestly. Yao Moen was speechless and wiped at her sweat. Actually, since Yihan has helped so much, has Empress Chu ever thought of how to thank him? It was true that Feng Yihan wanted a foot after getting an inch, but Feng Yihan naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity to get the truth out of his heart. Yao Moen thought for a long time and finally clenched her teeth. 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows, the ceremony is complete. Unexpectedly, Feng Yihan didn't wipe his sweat but was petrified. With Feng Yihan's simple explanation, Yao Moen finally understood why Ting Feng had been so excited last night. The current situation was indeed not optimistic. The two armies had been locked in a stalemate at the border of Pinji and Yao village for 2 days. In these 2 days, Feng Yihan had attacked twice but was repelled both times. Currently, the two armies were in a stalemate, but there was one thing. The Chuzhou army of Yao village would never take the initiative to attack in order to preserve their strength. Yao Moen wasn't surprised about this. Their goal was to restrain the Qi Xia army and stall for time for the Great Zhou army in Ji province. Yihan will attack again tomorrow. I hope we can gain something. Seeing Yao Moen's tightly knitted brows, Feng Yihan secretly gritted his teeth and said solemnly. No. Yao Moen suddenly felt that she wasn't as thick-skinned as she thought. If this continues, then the Chu Xia army will have no meaning to exist. Ji province won't last for more than a few days. Feng Yihan was very generous. Qi Wang, who is the marshal leading the great Chu army? Yao Moen raised her brows and looked towards Feng Yihan as she asked suspiciously. Helian Peng, old General Helian Fu's only son, said Feng Yihan truthfully. Chapter 452. Yao Moen's heart suddenly relaxed and she thought that the heavens would never seal off one's way. Even if the heavens closed all the doors, they would still leave a window for her. You have a way? Feng Yihan asked in confusion when he saw that Yao Moen's expression had eased. As long as Moen can see Helian Peng, I have a way to convince him to lead at least 150,000 soldiers to betray us. Yao Moen's gaze was resolute. You have confidence. Yihan doesn't want you to take the risk. Feng Yihan looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Moen has absolute confidence. Yao Moen was indeed just trying, but at this moment, she really didn't want to owe Feng Yihan too much. Since that's the case, Yihan will wait for your news. Ting Feng, protect the Chu Empress in secret. The fact that Feng Yihan was willing to send his most capable confidant to her showed how much he valued her. However, Yao Moen couldn't accept this favor. It's easier to expose the target with more people. Yin Shue's protection is enough for Ben Gong. Yao Moen immediately refused. Fine, she admitted that she was actually afraid that Ting Feng would suddenly dislike her and attack her from behind. Fortunately, Feng Yihan didn't insist. Yao Moen sighed in relief. After Yin Shui and Yao Moen snuck into Yao Manor, they settled down at a relatively secluded inn. That night, Yao Moen handed Yin Shui the letter she had personally written and ordered Yin Shui to deliver it to Helian Peng. If Helian Peng could come with Yin Shui, then there was hope for this matter. If he couldn't, then it would mean that she thought of him as too kind. In this world, not everyone knew how to repay kindness. Thus, after a long wait, Yao Moen finally saw Helian Peng. When she saw Helian Peng for the first time, Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Helian Fu's son, he really wasn't just a normal kind of tall and sturdy. Especially those slanted sword-like eyebrows. They were jet black and bright. You're Yao Moen. Helian Peng's tone wasn't friendly. This caused Yao Moen's gaze to darken. To be precise, Ben Gong is Yao Moxin's younger sister. Yao Moen leisurely sat at the table and gestured for Helian Peng to sit. Helian Peng didn't stand on ceremony and sat across from Yao Moen. So you think that this marshal will let traitors like you go because the former empress saved my father's life? Helian Peng's tone was still as cold as ice. If it was Helian Fu, he would agree without hesitation. Yao Moen's voice gradually turned cold. She didn't want Helian Peng to feel like she was begging him. If the person in front of me was the former empress, this marshal wouldn't hesitate either. Helian Peng's gaze was resolute, clearly showing the sincerity of these words. Yao Moen suddenly wanted to laugh. Helian Peng, isn't the person sitting in front of you Yao Moxin? But who would believe such a thing? Then why did Marshal come here? Yao Moen raised her brows. That day, my father was wrongly imprisoned by a treacherous official. If it wasn't for the former empress secretly gathering the old officials to submit a petition, my Helian family would have been executed long ago. Helian Peng has always remembered this kindness. Unfortunately, the former empress passed away and Helian Peng never had the chance to repay this kindness. I've come to see you this time to return this favor. Yao Moen, listen, if you leave Yao Manor now, this marshal will pretend I never saw you, said Helian Peng solemnly. His heart felt a bit astringent, as if there was a silver needle lightly pricking it. The scene of the cold palace reappeared. Yao Sulwan had personally told him that she was the one who had done something in secret to frame Helian Fu and throw him into prison. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have secretly encouraged the officials to submit a petition. That matter was like the last straw on a bull's back. Yi Hongyi finally couldn't tolerate him anymore. Thus, later on, Helian Peng has said all he wants to say. You're on your own. Farewell. When Helian Peng got up to leave, Yin Shui suddenly appeared and blocked Helian Peng's path with an icy expression. Let him go, said Yao Moen indifferently. Helian Peng gave Yao Moen a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Master, what do we do now? Yin Shui's brows were tightly knitted. This consort wants to see if he really has the heart to repay this kindness. Prepare a brush and ink for this consort. Yin Shui naturally didn't dare to tarry and immediately fetched a brush and paper. Thus, Yao Moen wrote down everything that had happened in the cold palace from beginning to end. Yin Shui, help this consort paste this note on the door of Yao Manor's guest house. Go paste it first. This consort will write a few more copies. It would be best if they can be pasted all over Yao Manor's streets and alleys so that all the common people of Yao Manor can see the contents. Yao Moen handed the finished note to Yin Shui. Thus, during that night, Yin Shui entered and left the guest house no less than 10 times. More than 10 of the notes were even copied by Yin Shui. The next day, the entire Yao Manor was in an uproar. The contents of that note became the topic of conversation during their leisure time. Inside the guest house, Yao Moen chose the most inconspicuous corner to drink tea by herself. I truly never expected King Chu is actually this heartless, he would even lay his hands on his own son. He's simply worse than a beast. At the dining table, passerby A angrily rebuked. Since ancient times, emperors have always been heartless. However, this matter it takes 2 hands to clap. That Yao Moshin must have done something to let Yi Hongyi down, said passerby B indifferently. That's not necessarily true. I've heard that Yao Moshin is very virtuous. Yao Moshin contributed a lot to Yi Hongyi being able to inherit the throne. She's a rare good empress, said passerby B seriously. It's a pity that a virtuous empress of a generation actually ended up like this. I really don't know who did this. Passerby A shook his head and sighed. Let's drink, let's drink. Who can clearly explain what happened in that courtyard? Passerby B raised his wine cup and the 3 of them drank together. At the side, Yao Moen couldn't help but laugh at herself. In the eyes of these people, the blood feud in her eyes was nothing more than a snack that was swallowed down along with the wine and food. Perhaps in this world, there was no one who could empathize with what she had gone through. Without personally experiencing it, they would never be able to understand the heart-wrenching pain of that moment. After a day, Yao Moen still didn't see the person she was waiting for. Master, Helianping actually didn't do anything. What should we do now? Yin Shui was a bit anxious. After all, time waits for no one. Ji province was currently in imminent danger. Bring some paper and brush. Yao Moen's gaze was deep and cold as she said solemnly. Yin Shui knew that her master was meticulous and probably had a backup plan. Thus, she obediently brought some paper and brush. This time, Yao Moen wrote down in great detail how she had secretly contacted a group of officials to change Helian Fu from a death row criminal to a meritorious minister who was acquitted and released. Thus, Yin Shui busied herself for the entire night. The next day, Yao Moen continued to sit in the corner and listen carefully. What do you guys think is the relationship between that Helian Fu and Helian Peng who is currently stationed here? Passerby A asked suspiciously. I know this, Helian Fu is his old man. It seems that Yao Moshin's abilities really are through the heavens. If it wasn't for Yao Moshin, Helian's entire family would probably have been beheaded by Yi Hongyi. That's why it's not unreasonable for Yi Hongyi to kill Yao Moshin. This woman is too ostentatious, she's not smart. Passerby B said resentfully. What reason do you guys think Yao Moshin would have to go to such great lengths to save Helian Fu? Could there be some secret relationship between them? When Passerby A said this, Yao Moen, who was sitting in the dark, spat out a mouthful of tea. Damn! Was her eyesight that bad? But after thinking for a bit, she smiled. This was the power of rumors. Just looking at Helian Peng's appearance, it's easy to see how unattractive Helian Fu is. Moreover, Helian Fu isn't young anymore, right? Yao Moshin wouldn't have taken a liking to him, she wouldn't. Fortunately, Passerby B said something fair. Chapter 454. Then it's because Yao Moshin and Helian Peng had an affair, so. Yao Mo Wan couldn't bear to listen to the following words. Aside from fucking affair, couldn't she have fancied the Helian family's true pillar of support? These people's thoughts were too impure. Yao Mo Wan still didn't see Helianpeng around 5. Master, what do we do now? Yin Shui was anxious. When they sneaked into Yao Manor, Feng Yihan had said that if they didn't return in 2 days, he would attack the city. Eat, then have a good sleep. Yao Mo Wan's lips curved slightly as she picked up the porcelain bowl. But if we don't return to Pinji, King Qi will attack the city tomorrow morning. Yin Shui reminded solemnly. Then, let him attack the city. Yao Moan said this lightly and lightly. Although Yin Shui was anxious, it wasn't good for her to say anything else. She could only sit down and eat with Yao Moan. After a night, Yao Moan really did fall asleep peacefully, leaving only Yin Shui feeling extremely anxious. The next morning, when the battle began, Yao Mo Wan sat alone at the table and carefully tasted tea. On the side, Yin Shui's expression was anxious and worried. In 4 hours, Yao Mo Wan hadn't even drunk a cup of tea. Even though she had a well-thought-out plan, she was still worried before hearing the results. Not good. Qi Xiao's army has charged in. Helianpeng has been captured, shouted the soldier outside the inn. When Yao Mo Wan heard this, her lips curved slightly. Yin Shui, come here. Yao Mo Wan muttered a few words in Yin Shui's ear, her eyes sharp like a blade. Master, don't worry, Yin Shui will definitely not disappoint. The moment she heard that Qi Xiao's army had won a great victory and Helianpeng had been captured, Yin Shui seemed to understand her master's plan. After Yin Shui left, Yao Mo Wan sighed fiercely. Then she straightened her clothes and walked out of the inn. Inside Yao Manor's inn, Feng Yihan's sharp eyes were like owls as he looked angrily at Helianpeng. Where's Yao Mo Wan? Hand him over. Feng Yihan's handsome and cold face became somewhat sinister because of his extreme anger. Dead. Even though he was tied up, Helianpeng's aura didn't decrease. Facing Feng Yihan, he only coldly snorted and didn't say a word. Preposterous. Guards. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Yao Moan's safety, Feng Yihan definitely would have personally killed Helianpeng. Ahem. General Helian wants Moan to die that badly. Just as the guard was about to push Helianpeng out, Yao Moan leisurely walked in. The moment Helianpeng saw Yao Moan, all of the muscles in his body started to twitch. If he wasn't tied up, he really wanted to grab Yao Moan and beat her up. Moan. Thank goodness you're fine. I'm really afraid I won't be able to see you again. Yao Moan even saw a hint of tears in his eyes. Those were the tears of a monarch, heh. She really couldn't bear it. Can King Qi dismiss everyone? Moan wants to personally interrogate this ungrateful and despicable Helianpeng. Yao Moan's eyes gradually turned cold. Feng Yihan naturally waved his hand to dismiss everyone and ordered Ting Feng to stand guard outside. Only when the door was tightly shut did Yao Moan walk behind Helianpeng and personally untie his bindings. Moan, what's the meaning of this? Feng Yihan immediately moved to Yao Moan's side to prevent Helianpeng from harming Yao Moan. I've wronged General Helian. General Helian, don't worry, Moan has already sent people back to Chu City to bring Helian Manor's entire family to Ji Province. As Yao Moan spoke, Helianpeng had already turned around, his eyes still filled with hatred. Moan. Feng Yihan was completely confused. If Moan's guess isn't wrong, General Helian must have put in a lot of effort in King Qi's great victory. Yao Moan looked towards Helianpeng meaningfully. After a long time, Helianpeng finally sighed. Yao Moan, you've really forced this marshal into a corner. That's right, this marshal sent subordinates to secretly open the city gates. Otherwise, with those pieces of broken wood of yours, who knows how long it would take for you to hit them. When Helianpeng brought up this matter, he felt his heart become more stifled. General Helian's great kindness, Moen will remember it in my heart. Yao Moen said pompously, the smile in her eyes growing stronger. This marshal doesn't need you to remember it in your heart. In the future, don't use these kinds of despicable methods to deal with this marshal. This marshal is willing to burn incense for you, said Helian Peng hatefully. Yao Moen lifted her brows. Her expression that said, I didn't, stirred Helian Peng's true chi. You're still being wrongly accused. On the first day, you plastered the cause of death of the former empress all over the city. Your goal was to let me know that the former empress didn't die from a difficult birth, but was instead caused by Yi Hongyi. Afterwards, you vividly described how the former empress had helped my Helian family, letting everyone know that if it wasn't for the former empress, I, Helian Peng, wouldn't exist today. This way, even though I, Helian Peng, am loyal and devoted to Yi Hongyi, I still need people to believe me. Helian Peng gnashed his teeth as he recounted everything that had happened these past 2 days. Since that's the case, why didn't General Helian directly open the city gates to help? Why didn't you tell us the truth even when you were captured? You caused us to almost injure General by mistake. Feng Yihan temporarily suppressed his anger towards Yao Moen and turned to look at Helian Peng. I, Helian Peng, am in great show, so I don't care. However, Helian Peng's entire family is in Chu City. If I truly brazenly betrayed Yi Hongyi, my entire family wouldn't be able to survive. Helian Peng was furious, but when he heard that Yao Moen had sent people to Chu City to receive him, he felt a bit better. In the end, when Helian Peng left, his hands were still tied. After Helian Peng was taken away by the guards, Yao Moen was just about to discuss the next step of the military plan with Feng Yihan when she saw that Feng Yihan's face was ashen and his eyes were ice cold. Cough cough. Qi Wang. Are you alright? Yao Moen didn't feel that she had offended this bodhisattva and immediately put on a smile. However, no matter how brilliant her smile was, Feng Yihan still didn't buy it. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and left without looking back. Yao Moen was speechless. She felt that this wasn't the expression that Feng Yihan should have after winning a battle. However, he had already left, so she had no one to ask. Yao Moen shrugged. When she turned around, she was shocked to see that Ting Feng's face was almost sticking to her eyebrows. Ting Feng. You scared people to death. Yao Moen sighed, then looked towards Ting Feng with an extremely dissatisfied expression. If Ting Feng was scared people to death, then what about Empress Chu's actions? You clearly didn't do anything, so why didn't you return to the plains? Do you know that His Majesty waited for you for a long time and thought that you had returned to the west? His Majesty practically went crazy on the battlefield. There were a few times when if His Majesty hadn't been so lucky, those arrows would have turned His Majesty into a hedgehog. Yao Moen, do you even have a conscience? What does His Majesty count for in your heart? Ting Feng bombarded Yao Moen again. Yao Moen felt her head buzzing. When she woke up, Ting Feng had already disappeared. However, Yao Moen took Ting Feng's words to heart. She had to admit that she had indeed acted very selfishly in this matter. However, the success or failure of this battle was related to the safety of Ji province. She could only succeed and not fail. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Helian Peng didn't change sides according to her wishes, if Feng Yihan knew that his life and death were uncertain, he would definitely do his best. That night, a cool breeze blew gently. Under the moonlight, that long robe fluttered in the wind, giving off an admirable sense of steadiness and vicissitudes. However, within this steadiness and vicissitudes, Yao Moen actually saw a trace of loneliness. Here. Yao Moen took a deep breath. She was surprised that she had actually become so sorrowful, so she composed herself and slowly sat down next to Feng Yihan. She casually handed the wine jug to Feng Yihan. You still haven't slept. Feng Han knew it was her, but due to his coldness during the day, he felt awkward, so he didn't take the initiative to turn around. Chapter 455. Honorable Lord. No matter how much you do, that girl won't appreciate it. There's no need for you to wade into these muddy waters. Master Chow hit the nail on the head. From the start, he knew who Honorable Lord was doing this for. Are you done? Han Genie leisurely turned around and looked towards Master Chow. I'm done. Master Chow seemed to realize that his words were harsh, but he was truly doing it for Han Genie's sake. If you're done, then return to Myriad Imperial City to dig for scrap metal. Han Genie tossed these words aside and turned to head towards the east gate. Master Chow couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Han Genie's figure. Since ancient times, a gentle home was the grave of a hero. That Yao Moen hadn't done anything yet, Master was already risking his life. If that Yao Moen had treated Honorable Lord just a little better, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Inside the guest house, Yi Junqing propped himself up with difficulty. Blood was seeping out of his left shoulder. Junqing, why are you up? Didn't I tell you to lie down properly? After half a month's baptism of gunpowder, Yan Nanqing's incomparably handsome face seemed to be covered by a layer of lead fog, blocking the original luster and tenderness of his face. Chao Kun and Wu Han's armies are still attacking the city. It was already the third day. Ever since Chao Kun and Great Zhou's commander-in-chief Wu Han started attacking the city, Ji province was in dire straits. Even the commander-in-chief found it hard to endure this kind of rotation tactic, much less the soldiers. On the first day of the siege, Huan Heng was unfortunately injured. Although his life wasn't in danger, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a while. Right after, Yi Junqing suffered a sneak attack from Wu Han and was shot in the left shoulder. Fortunately, there wasn't any poison on the arrow, otherwise his life would have been over. Han Genie and Ben Lei are handling it. Hurry and lie down so this alliance head can switch to Ben Lei. Yan Nanqing couldn't make things sound too optimistic. In reality, if Ji province could hold out for another 3 days, it would be a miracle. This prince will go. As the commander-in-chief, how could Yi Junqing not understand the severity of the situation? However, the moment Yi Junqing got up, Yan Nanqing struck the back of his neck. Junior brother, if Ji province falls, Nanqing will have no choice but to take you away. But before that, Nanqing will fight until the very last moment. Yan Nanqing's eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity. When his gaze landed on Yi Junqing, there was a hint of helplessness. When Yao Moen woke up, Helian Peng was sitting in the carriage with a dark expression. He was holding the remaining half of the green dumpling in his hand. Surprisingly, there was no black juice dripping out of the green dumpling. We've arrived in Ji province. Yao Mo Wan struggled to open her eyes. Through the curtains of the carriage, she saw fallen leaves on both sides and trees. If you keep looking for trouble like this, you won't get there in 10 days. Helian Peng angrily shoved the green ball into Yao Mo Wan's hands. 10 days. How could 10 days be enough? Ji province won't last 10 days. Yao Mo Wan panicked and immediately got up to walk out of the carriage. If you're sure that your 2 legs can run faster than 1,000 li colt, then you can leave. Helian Peng didn't stop Yao Moen and said resentfully. But Yao Mo Wan had only just opened her mouth to speak when her vision darkened and she fell to the ground. Don't worry, we'll definitely reach Ji province in 2 days. This marshal has already selected elite troops to form a vanguard. We'll head out first. The main force will arrive in 3 days, so you can relax now. Helian Peng looked Yao Mo Wan up and down. You care about Yi Junqing a lot, huh? While you were unconscious, you called Yi Junqing no less than 100 times. There's also someone called Zhong-er. Who's Zhong-er? He Ping didn't like women, but when he saw Yao Mo Wan's dazed and tearful appearance, his heart really ached a bit. It was also because of this that he washed his hands for the first time. It's your father. Yao Mo Wan's tightly clenched heart immediately relaxed and she felt like teasing him. When Yao Mo Wan saw He Peng's dark expression, she pursed her lips. I forgot that your father is He Fu. Zhong-er is eldest sister's child. Yao Mo Wan smiled slightly as her eyes lit up. So the former empress' child was called Zhong-er. Was the cause of the former empress' death written on that piece of paper true? He Peng returned to the main topic. Although Mo Wan is unscrupulous, she wouldn't go so far as to use eldest sister's death to spread lies. Yao Mo Wan smiled bitterly, then stuffed the green ball into her mouth. The bitter taste filled her mouth and Yao Mo Wan couldn't help but frown. Yi Hongyi was actually this vicious. He was even willing to kill his wife and his own son. He Peng clenched his fists as he roared angrily. Yao Mo Wan smiled bitterly. This wasn't strange at all. He hadn't even blinked when he killed his own father and sister. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. When Yi Junqing woke up, there was only a servant girl waiting on him in the room. Where are they? Yi Junqing struggled to get up. His wounds were throbbing. Replying Prince, Alliance Master Yen and Honorable Han are at the east and west city gates respectively. Vanguard Ben, Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning are also on the battlefield, reported the servant girl. They're all on the battlefield. They're actually all on the battlefield, could it be? Yi Junqing clenched his fists. Could it be that the final moment had arrived? Prince, what are you doing? They told this servant to watch over you and not let you go out. When the servant girl saw Yi Junqing get up and put on his armor, she immediately moved forward to stop him. However, Yi Junqing knocked her out with a single palm strike. In a moment of life and death, how could he hide in the room? Outside the East City gates, Han Jini was dressed in black robes. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers around him lost their lives. Even with this kind of killing intent, he still wasn't able to force the enemy back. After all, it was hard for two fists to fight four hands. Even the strongest expert could only sigh helplessly when faced with an army of thousands. The city gates opened wide and Yi Junqing, dressed in silver armor and wielding a flame soul sword that glowed with a cold light, galloped out. His warhorse was called Horse Rider, and as soon as its hooves landed, four enemy soldiers were kicked to the ground. Prince. Protect Prince. Ben Lei, who was fighting with the army of 10,000, saw that silvery white figure and immediately rushed over, brandishing a long blade under Horse. Prince. Hurry and go back. Ben Lei roared. Wherever the long blade passed, the heads of the enemy soldiers would roll off like watermelons. Blood splattered everywhere and Ben Lei's body also received many sword wounds. Brothers are of one heart and share life and death. I, Yi Junqing, cannot be born on the same year, month, and day as all my brothers. I hope I die on the same year, month, and day. Kill, a loud voice reverberated through the smoke-filled battlefield. All of the soldiers were instantly enraged and began to brandish their sharp blades. The soldiers who were originally dispirited were instantly filled with lofty aspirations. Since they were going to die, then they had to die with a bang. Ben Lei's thin lips were tightly pursed and a layer of mist appeared in his eyes. I don't hope to be born on the same year, month, and day. I hope I die on the same year, month, and day. Kill, Ben Lei roared and the long blade in his hand swept out as if it had been given a soul. Not far away, Han Genie reflexively glanced back. When he saw that silvery white figure fighting with his life on the line, he couldn't help but sigh ruefully. It was true that Yi Juanqing's martial arts weren't even a tenth of his own, but on the battlefield, that imposing aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 wasn't something that he could display. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot and the entire battlefield was filled with the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Broken limbs could be seen everywhere and the smell of blood filled the air, causing people to feel nauseous. Occasionally, there would be the sound of arrow exploding, rats exploding, and smoke filled the air above Ji Province. Even though Ji Province was close at hand, Yao Moen felt more and more apprehensive. Right at this time, Helian Peng lifted the carriage curtain. Chapter 456. Secret agents have come to report that the decisive battle in Ji Province is starting. Wait here. This marshal will lead 30,000 elite soldiers to charge over. Remember to turn back and intercept the rest of the troops. Helian Peng tossed the tiger tally to Yao Moen. He had already made up his mind to die. Before Yao Moen could speak, Helian Peng waved his hand and ordered the 30,000 elite soldiers to charge into the battlefield. Yao Moen felt her heart tremble as she watched the huge army whizzing past the window. A decisive battle. What did decisive battle mean? Then what about Yi Juanqing? While Yao Moen was hesitating, the 30,000 elite soldiers had already charged forward, leaving Yao Moen alone in the forest. Juanqing, you promised to wait for Moen to return. Now that Moen has returned, you have to hold on. In her panic, Yao Moen abruptly jumped off the carriage and nimbly untied the horse from the carriage. She then flipped onto the horse, grabbed the reins, and galloped away. At the time, Yao Moen had accompanied Yi Hongyi on the battlefield. Although she didn't know martial arts, her riding skills weren't bad. On the battlefield, the situation was becoming more and more clear. Even with Yi Juanqing, Han Genie, and Ben Lei giving their all, they couldn't do anything against the overwhelming number of enemies. At this time, the enemy had already reached the city gates. Yi Juanqing's silver battle robes were already dyed red with blood. The wound on Yi Juanqing's left shoulder had split open and there were arrows stuck in his left arm and chest. The Flame's soul sword in his hand was like a ball of fire that turned everything it touched into ashes. Yi Juanqing, let's go. Han Genie saw that the situation was hopeless and jumped in front of Yi Juanqing to block the arrows for him. At this time, both of Ben Lei's legs were injured, so he could only stand there. Wherever his long blade pointed, howls of grief could be heard. Juanqing will never forget Supremacy Han's kindness. Now that Ji Province is in danger, Juanqing will live and die with Ji Province. If there's a next life, Juanqing will definitely be a slave to repay Supremacy's kindness. Supremacy, hurry and leave, said Yi Juanqing resolutely. He was still brandishing the Flame Soul sword and had no intention of turning around. Why do you have to do this? Where there's life, there's hope. Han Genie felt that Yi Juanqing had no reason to persist. Juanqing promised Moen that he would definitely wait for her to return. Even if he had to fight until the very last moment, Juanqing would fulfill his promise. Yi Juanqing's voice was very low, but it shocked Han Genie greatly. He had always thought that Yi Juanqing's attitude towards Yao Moen was ambiguous, especially after he married Duan Tingting. He thought that perhaps Yi Juanqing and Yao Moen's fate had come to an end. But now, Han Genie smiled bitterly. He had been taking everything for granted. Speechless, Han Genie didn't leave. She only stayed by Yi Juanqing's side to protect him and block the majority of the attacks. On the other side, Uncle Qiao couldn't stand it anymore. High Lord. Continuing like this was simply courting death. Let's retreat. Grandpa Qiao was also wounded, and his face was black from the smoke. I'll leave Myriad Emperor City to you. Yao Moan probably didn't want Yi Junqing to die. Alright then, give it to me. High Lord. You're crazy. You. Just as Grandpa Chiao was about to retort, a long howl suddenly soared into the sky. Helian Pang's rescue came too late. Prince, please forgive us, kill, a deep voice boomed through the battlefield like 5 claps of thunder. When Yi Junqing heard this, he trembled. As an official of the same court, he naturally knew how powerful Helian Pang was. As a military general, Helian Pang's reputation and prestige were not inferior to Huan Hang's. At this moment, with Helian Pang's rescue came too late, Yi Junqing instantly gained strength. He leaped off his horse and blocked the fatal blow for Ben Lei. Prince. Ji Province is saved. When he heard Helian Pang's voice, Ben Lei almost cried out. Immediately after, the situation on the battlefield underwent an earth-shattering change. Although there were many soldiers, after more than half a month of continuous attacks, they were also exhausted. When they heard that Ji Province had reinforcements, the morale of the army was thrown into chaos. Helian Pang was mighty and fierce, and the elite troops under his command were fighting 1 against 3. This way, the originally discouraged Ji Province army counterattacked as if they were on stimulants. Just as everyone was fighting fiercely, 1,000 Li colts suddenly appeared in the vast army, shocking everyone. It's Master. Ben Lei's sharp eyes saw the person on the horse and his heart instantly went cold. He saw Yao Mo1 riding on the 1,000 Li colt galloping through the enemy troops. The surrounding blades and arrows had no eyes and whistled past Yao Mo1 several times. Yao Mo1, you really don't want your life anymore. Han Genie recognized the person who had come and his heart instantly leaped into his chest. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else and leaped towards Yao Mo1. When he got on the horse, Yi Junqing felt his heart suddenly stop. When he saw that Yao Mo1 was surrounded by danger, he could no longer remain calm. He immediately clamped the horse's abdomen and charged over. In the chaotic battle, Helian Pang naturally saw Yao Mo1 and a line of words instantly appeared in front of his eyes. What a silly tomboy, ah. It was only a few hundred meters, but Yi Junqing felt like it was far away. He swung the flame soul sword with all his might, cutting all the thistles and thorns in front of him. This was the first time Yi Junqing had ever disliked the speed of a horse. When he saw that Yao Mo1 was getting closer and closer, Yi Junqing wished that he could grow a pair of wings so he could instantly reach Yao Mo1. When the enemy troops saw that the 2 fierce generals of Ji Province were charging towards the woman on the battlefield, they seemed to understand and simultaneously raised their arrows to shoot at Yao Mo1. Under the rain of arrows, Yao Mo1 felt that her luck was probably going to run out. However, being able to personally see that Yi Junqing was still alive, she felt that it was worth it. When Yi Junqing saw that several hundred arrows were shooting towards Yao Mo1, in a moment of desperation, he leaped up onto the horse's back and charged towards Yao Mo1 without a care for anything else. Almost at the same time, Han Genie fiercely waved his black robe and like a gale, the direction of those arrows was changed by the gale. Only one arrow hit the horse's butt. The horse felt pain and raised its front hooves. Yao Mo1 instantly fell off the horse's back, but she just so happened to fall into Yi Junqing's embrace. Yao Mo1. You big idiot. This was the first time Yi Junqing felt that Yao Mo1 was an idiot, a big idiot. This was also the first time Yi Junqing had cried on the battlefield. His tears fell onto Yao Mo1's face and flowed into her temples along with her tears. Junqing, Mo1 has returned. Mo1 said that she would definitely return. Yao Mo1's lips curved, but in the next second, she closed her eyes without any warning. At the time, Yi Junqing had thought that Yao Mo1 had died, so he let out a wild roar on the battlefield. The result was that the blood of Ji Province's army instantly surged and they counterattacked crazily. Even Han Genie had thought that Yao Mo1 had returned to the west, so he used everything he had learned in his life to beat the Zhou army until they were covered in purple and red. Later on, Yi Junqing complained that Yao Mo1 had closed her eyes at the wrong time. Yao Mo1 explained it like this: after stepping over a pile of corpses, who wouldn't be scared? What's so strange about fainting from fright? The battle at the west gate ended very quickly. After Helianpeng had pushed back the Zhou army, he went to the east gate and rescued Yan Nanxing from the abyss of suffering. The next day, the army left behind by Helianpeng ambushed Wuhan's great Zhou army. Of the original 300,000 troops, less than 100,000 were left. Wuhan naturally took the remaining soldiers and fled back to Great Zhou. At this point, the siege of Ji province was resolved, leaving only Zhou Wu, Zhou Ming, in the capital city in sorrow. Later on, Yao Mo1 received news that after she left distant manor with Helianpeng, Feng Yihan and Great Xiao's Zhanlong general had taken over 3 cities from Great Zhou in a spurt of energy. Afterwards, they divided it into 2, 1, and 5. Due to the heavy losses in Ji province, Great Zhou no longer had the ability to resist Qi Xiao's allied forces. Thus, they didn't even dare to fart at Qi Xiao's bandit-like behavior. At this time, Great Chu very unkindly withdrew their troops and left the rest of the mess to Zhou Ming. Because of this, Zhou Ming even fell seriously ill. After 3 days of rest, Ji province had stabilized. Just as Yao Mo1 was drinking the soul-stabilizing soup personally brewed by Imperial physician Li, Helianpeng came uninvited. Yao Mo1. This marshal is looking for you for something. Helianpeng glanced at Tingyu as he spoke. Yao Mo1 understood tacitly and waved her hand to dismiss Tingyu. It was true that Helianpeng's temper wasn't very good, but without him, Ji province definitely wouldn't have been saved, so Yao Mo1 didn't mind his attitude at all. Chapter 457. What business does General Helian have with this consort? Yao Mo1 indicated for Helianpeng to sit down, but unexpectedly, Helianpeng rushed in front of Yao Mo1. Stop pretending. Where's the commander's seal? Helianpeng's expression was solemn and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. What commander's seal? Yao Mo1 looked towards Helianpeng blankly with an innocent expression. Didn't this marshal give you the commander's seal before going to the battlefield that day and specifically told you that if this marshal couldn't return, you were to use the commander's seal to stop the army behind? Did you forget? Or, are you trying to embezzle this marshal's seal? Helianpeng didn't have a good impression of Yao Mo1, so it was normal for him to be suspicious. Ah! That's a commander's seal. Yao Mo1 looked towards Helianpeng in shock. You don't know that's a commander's seal. You couldn't have lost it for this marshal, right? Helianpeng felt his anger surge and immediately regretted his impulsive actions. Cough cough. Lost. Definitely lost. But General Helian can make another one. Now that General has been conferred the title of Left General by Prince, a new recruit with a new look, it's quite fitting to change a recruit's seal. Yao Mo1. Do you know that commander's seal, humph? Helianpeng glared at Yao Mo1 and was about to slam the door and leave when Yao Mo1 called him back. Yin Shua has already settled General Helian's family in the General Helian residence in Mangyuan. General can visit at any time, said Yao Mo1. When Helianpeng heard this, Helianpeng's originally dark face eased slightly. After Helianpeng left, Tingyu looked towards her master suspiciously. Your Highness, wasn't that thing in your hand last night General Helian's commander's seal? That's right. This consort can be considered someone who has galloped through the battlefield, so how could I not recognize the commander's seal? It's just that the two characters Hellion were engraved on the commander's seal. It's clear that 90% of the army that defected to Ji province are the Hellion family's personal soldiers. Even if Hellion Peng still uses that commander's seal, it doesn't matter now, but it might become a problem in the future. Yao Mo Wan smiled lightly. But what if General Hellion makes an identical one? Ting Yu felt that the words gallop through the battlefield were questionable. Silly girl, do you think the commander's seal can be casually made? Any commander's seal requires His Majesty's approval before it can take effect. Do you think that Hellion Peng would bring a commander's seal with the words Hellion on it to Yi Junqing? Unless water got into his head. Yao Moen lowered her eyes as she lifted the teacup and took a sip. So, Your Highness suspects Hellion Peng's loyalty? Ting Yu asked suspiciously. Something seemed to block her heart. Hellion Peng's loyalty has been fully demonstrated in this battle. He's even resolved to die, otherwise he wouldn't have given the commander's seal to me. So at this moment, I will absolutely not doubt him. However, Ting Yu, you have to understand that no one is the same. What this consort is doing today is not to guard against Hellion Peng, but to ensure that the Hellion residents will be worry-free for a lifetime. Sometimes, having power in one's hands isn't necessarily a good thing. Yao Moen knew that Ting Yu couldn't immediately understand her actions. Not only did she not reward a meritorious subject like Hellion Peng greatly, she even took away his military authority. Anyone would think that Yao Moen was heartless, but how many people could understand her good intentions? Ting Yu understands. Ting Yu nodded firmly. It was true that she didn't understand the reasoning behind Master's words, but she believed in one thing. Everything Master did was correct. Right at this time, Feng Lin knocked on the door and entered. Master, there's a letter for you from 10,000 Imperial City, said Feng Lin respectfully as he handed the letter to Yao Moen. Yao Moen's heart shook. She had clearly seen Han Genie on the battlefield, but when she woke up, Han Genie wasn't in the guest house. Yao Moen, if you still have a shred of humanity left, then come to 10,000 Imperial City to see my family's honorable lord one last time, Master Chiao. Yao Moen's heart shook as she read the letter. Han Genie was injured. Why didn't anyone tell her? Your Highness, asked Ting Yu in confusion when she saw Yao Moen suddenly stand up. Help this consort pack up. This consort wants to go to 10,000 Imperial City. Yao Moen felt her chest tighten and an indescribable stifling feeling made it hard for her to breathe. When Ting Yu saw that Master's expression wasn't good, she didn't dare to ask any more and immediately walked into the bedroom. At this time, Yi Junqing had already rushed back from the barracks. Even though he had 3 arrow wounds on his body, Imperial Physician Li had shown his skills in Yan Nanqing's medicine, so Yi Junqing's injuries were no longer a problem. Moen, why did you get out of bed? When Yi Junqing entered the room, Yao Moen was just about to leave with Ting Yu. Master not only got out of bed, you're also going far away, said Ting Yu in a small voice. Where are you going? Your injuries haven't healed yet. Imperial Physician Li said that you can't go anywhere other than resting. When Yi Junqing spoke, Yao Moen handed him Master Chiao's letter. Why didn't you tell me that Han Genie was injured? Even though Yao Moen didn't sound like she was blaming him, her tone was a bit heavier. He was injured. This prince didn't know. Yi Junqing frowned as he looked at the letter. At the time, he had only been thinking about Yao Moen. By the time he remembered that Han Genie had fought shoulder to shoulder with him, he had already disappeared. Since Master Chiao and the others from 10,000 Imperial City had disappeared, Yi Junqing just assumed that Han Genie had returned to 10,000 Imperial City and didn't ask any further. Prince really didn't know. Yao Moen's questioning caused Yi Junqing to tremble slightly. When he saw the resentment in Yao Moen's eyes, Yi Junqing suddenly recalled that Han Genie had once said that he wanted to marry Yao Moen. He instantly grew more wary. This prince really didn't know, but his injuries shouldn't be serious. At the time, I didn't see any arrows stuck in his body. Ha, don't worry, he's fine. This prince will help you back to bed to rest. Li Juan said that although you don't have any external injuries, you can't underestimate falling from such a fast horse. Yi Junqing reached out to support Yao Moen, but Yao Moen dodged him. Moen is fine. No matter what, Moen must go to 10,000 Imperial City to see Han Genie. Right now, Ji Province is temporarily stable. Moen will be back in a few days, said Yao Moen indifferently, but when she turned around, she saw Yi Junqing blocking her way. How about this? This prince will send someone to 10,000 Imperial City. If Han Genie really is busy, then this prince will go with you. How about it? Yi Junqing's tone was gentle, his eyes filled with warmth. At that moment of life and death, he finally understood that in this world, there was only one person who was worth risking his life for. That person was Yao Moen. Perhaps only Yi Junqing himself knew that the only reason he had risked everything to protect Ji Province was because he had promised to wait for someone in Ji Province. Yi Junqing didn't want Ji Province to be there when Yao Moen returned, but he was nowhere to be seen. Prince has seen it. Master Qiao's letter said that it would be the last time we meet. If Han Genie is heavily injured and can't be treated, Moen doesn't want to miss this last time. Yao Moen was overly worried about Han Genie, so she took Yi Junqing's good intentions as purposefully making things difficult for him. Moen, believe this prince. Han Genie really isn't heavily injured. Perhaps he. Yi Junqing's voice was still gentle, but Yao Moen didn't give him a chance to refute. No matter what Prince says, Moen is definitely going on this trip. Prince, move aside. After saying this, Yao Moen felt that her tone had been a bit harsh. However, Han Genie had taken her in when she was at her lowest and didn't turn back when she needed him the most. Now that Han Genie was injured, how could she safely stay in Ji Province? Yi Junqing was speechless. He paused for a moment, then sighed. Then wait a moment. This prince will pack up and go with you. Yi Junqing compromised. Prince is injured, it really isn't easy for you to travel. Tingyu, let's go. Yao Moen's words were truly for Yi Junqing's sake, but Yi Junqing misunderstood them as her saying that he was a hindrance. When Yao Moen walked around him to leave the room, Yi Junqing suddenly turned around. Chapter 458. Moen, will you ever come back? Yi Junqing was very afraid. He was afraid that Yao Moen would be swindled away by Han Genie. He was afraid that by the time he recognized his heart, Yao Moen's heart would have already been given to someone else. When Yao Moen heard this, she was slightly shaken and turned to look at Yi Junqing. Your Highness, what do you mean? Does that mean that as long as Moen leaves this door, she won't have to come back? In truth, after the battle in Ji Province, Yao Moen felt that her relationship with Yi Junqing should have advanced to a higher level. However, for some reason, whenever she saw Yi Junqing, there seemed to be some sort of resistance in her body. Furthermore, the scene of Duan Tingting's death naturally appeared in her mind, causing her to feel extremely guilty. This caused her to feel awkward whenever she faced Yi Junqing. Moen, why are you acting so strange? When did this prince say something like that? This prince is just concerned about you. Since you won't let this prince accompany you, then have the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning follow you. It'll be safer on the road. Yi Junqing could understand Yao Moen's feelings, so he didn't bicker with her. There's no need. It wasn't easy for Moen to rescue Yao Suwan. Now that she's in Mongyuan, we definitely can't let Yi Hongyi kidnap her. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning have already been sent by Moen to protect Yao Suwan. Once Moen returns, she will naturally arrange for Yao Sulwan to announce eldest sister's matter to the public. Furthermore, Yin Shua has already settled the Hellion family. Later on, she will stay by Moen's side to protect her. Prince doesn't have to worry. It's getting late, Moen will take her leave. Yao Moen coldly refused, then left the guesthouse with Tingyu. Yan Nanqing only appeared next to Yi Junqing after Yao Moen left. This girl has such a bad temper. Did you provoke her again? Yan Nanqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Yi Junqing suspiciously. This prince can't wait to curry favor with her, so how could I possibly provoke her? Say, do you think Moen would fall in love with Han Genie? Yi Junqing's clear eyes were fixed on the direction Yao Moen left in and his voice was a bit uncertain. You don't have a fever, right? When Yan Nanqing heard this, he reached out to touch Yi Junqing's forehead. What? Yi Junqing slapped Yan Nanqing's hand away. In this alliance's eyes, everything Yao Moen does is for you, Yi Junqing. Just look at what she did for Han Genie. Yan Nanqing was very surprised that Yi Junqing would be this unconfident. So you're saying that this prince is really useless, right? Yi Junqing let out a long sigh and left before Yan Nanqing could explain. Yan Nanqing wiped at his sweat speechlessly. Had Yi Junqing's comprehension abilities become this bad? How could he have such intentions? However, on the second day after Yao Moen left, Yi Junqing received a secret letter from the ruler of Nanxiang, Duan Shiming. It could be said to be an ultimatum. The contents of the secret letter stated that Yi Junqing and Yao Moen had to reach Nanxiang within a month and commit suicide in front of Duan Tingting's grave to apologize. Otherwise, all of Nanxiang would treat the two of them as enemies and swear to use all of their strength to tear the two of them to pieces. Yi Junqing didn't tell anyone about this letter. Instead, he destroyed it. Yi Junqing used an entire night to ponder. He knew very well that the power of Gu was boundless and impossible to guard against. Moreover, he had undeniable responsibility for Duan Tingting's death, so he decided that he would personally go to Nanxiang to apologize. Even if he lost his life, he would be willing. His only wish was to beg the ruler of Nanxiang to let Yao Moen off. Calculating the days, it would only take 10 days to get from Ji province to Nanxiang. So he had 20 days to wait for Yao Moen to return and see her one last time. Because she was worried about Han Genie's injuries, Yao Moen rode a carriage pulled by a 1,000-li steed and only took 3 days to reach Myriad Imperial City. On the way, Tingyu endured for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't. She felt that Yao Moen's attitude towards Yi Junqing was too cold, so cold that it was almost heartless. Yao Moen also felt extremely guilty, but when her temper flared up, she really couldn't hold it in. However, she felt that Yi Junqing wasn't a narrow-minded person. Even if she was a bit domineering, she believed that Yi Junqing wouldn't take it to heart. Furthermore, they had always interacted like this. However, Tingyu was extremely anxious. She saw that Yao Moen and Yi Junqing both had each other in their hearts, yet they just couldn't walk together. As an outsider, she felt very anxious. When Yao Moen saw Han Genie's injuries, Yao Moen suddenly had the urge to take a knife and chop off Grandfather Qiao's hands. Grandfather Qiao, you've gone a bit too far this time. My master has been traveling day and night because he was worried about Supreme Lord Han, but Supreme Lord Han isn't injured at all. As soon as Tingyu saw Han Genie's high-spirited expression, she felt a lump of anger. You guys didn't see it. Grandfather Qiao glared at Yao Moen and Tingyu. I saw it, he was currently swimming in the hot spring energetically. Yao Moen's voice was extremely cold. Then you guys just didn't see it. Supreme Lord Supreme Grade White Fox has already been buried. In the end, you guys weren't able to see it one last time. Grandfather Qiao wrung his hands in regret. Supreme Grade White Fox. But this consort has only ever seen Han Genie wear a black robe. Yao Moen didn't understand. Cough cough. That's because Supreme Lord doesn't like the color white, so he dyed it black. However, this doesn't affect the quality of that long robe or its weight in my heart in the slightest. Yao Moen found it very hard to imagine what kind of face Grandfather Chiao was using to quibble with her. So Grandfather Chiao, you wanted Moen to see that long robe one last time. Yao Moen had already invited all of Grandfather Chiao's ancestors to greet her old mother one by one in her heart. However, it was inevitable that there would be times when they would scold her too harshly. Then how? Grandfather Chiao looked towards Yao Moen confidently. Tingyu, let's go. Yao Moen was truly angered by Grandfather Chiao. For the sake of a letter from him, she had even said such harsh words to Yi Junqing. Now that she thought about those words, Yao Moen still felt extremely guilty. Wait, Yao Moen, why aren't you asking me when that long robe died? Grandfather Chiao immediately blocked Yao Moen's path and spoke solemnly. This consort doesn't want to know when that long robe died, I only want to know when you died. Yao Moen ground her teeth. Yao Moen, you're so heartless. When you charged into the battlefield alone, the High Lord charged towards the enemy without any hesitation in order to save you. Tens of thousands of arrows were shot, but in order to protect you and Yi Junqing, the High Lord actually used his long robe to block the arrows. Do you know that the long robe was the High Lord's shield? Without the shield, the High Lord was in great danger. That's right, the High Lord wasn't injured, but that was only because the subordinates of 10,000 Emperor's City risked their lives to protect him. Otherwise, no matter how powerful an expert was, how could they possibly escape unscathed when facing an army of thousands? Because of saving you, more than 20 of 10,000 Emperor's City's brothers died. They were turned into porcupines by the Zhou army. There were tears in Grandfather Chiao's eyes as his voice resounded like thunder. There was such a thing. Yao Moen admitted. In that instant, the only thing in her eyes was Yi Junqing. It's true that Yi Junqing also charged over, but Yao Moen, you did everything you could for Yi Junqing, so it's only right and proper for him to do that. But what have you done for the High Lord? For what reason would the High Lord risk his life to protect you? Not only did he protect you, he also protected that prince of yours. Furthermore, just as Grandfather Chiao was filled with righteous indignation, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Grandfather Chiao, go prepare the evening meal. The clear voice was calm. Yao Moen looked towards the source of the voice and saw that Han Genie was still wearing a black robe, but the style was very different from before. His long, ink-colored hair fell straight down and there were still drops of water on his forehead. Those drops of water slid down Han Genie's handsome face, creating a unique bewitching beauty. High Lord. Please let this old servant finish speaking. Grandfather Chiao originally wanted to persist, but when he saw Han Genie's cold gaze, he sighed and left. Yao Moen was speechless. At this time, she actually didn't know what to say. It's getting late. Eat dinner and rest well. Tomorrow, the High Lord will send someone to send you back. Han Genie's voice was clear and melodious like rain pattering on celadon. It was enchanting to the ears and intoxicating to the heart. I'm sorry. Yao Moen said these 3 words with great difficulty, even though she knew that these 3 words were meaningless. Chapter 459. Oh. What have you done to let this Supreme Lord down? Han Genie walked around Yao Moen and walked towards the warm jade pavilion. Yao Moen silently followed behind him. Tingyu wanted to follow and listen to the gossip, but Qing'er pulled her back. Nyang Nyang. Tingyu wanted to struggle but Qing'er stopped her. Nyang, what Nyang? Do you need to be so tactless at a time like this? Qingyu hit the nail on the head. While Tingyu was still hesitating, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple had already carried her away. When they reached the garden, Yao Moen finally took a step forward. If it wasn't for the Supreme Lord's help, Ji Province definitely wouldn't have been able to last half a month. Even if Moen had the ability to transcend the heavens, she still wouldn't have been able to bring back troops in time, so Yao Moen decided to be generous this time. No matter what kind of reward Han Genie offered, she wouldn't haggle. Yao Moen, do you believe it? Even without this Supreme Lord, Yi Junqing would still have persisted until you came back, even if he had to fight to the last man. But that guy really is sanctimonious, saying that he would live and die together with Ji Province. Go back and ask him. How much weight does Ji Province hold in his heart? Does he really want to live and die together with Ji Province? He would only defend Ji Province to the death for you. That guy swindled over 300,000 soldiers in Ji Province. When Han Genie recalled Yi Junqing's resolute expression at the western city gates, his lips curved into a bitter smile. He liked Yao Moen, perhaps he had already fallen in love with her, but he knew that if he was in Yi Junqing's position, he might not be able to do this. So Supreme Lord's meaning is. Yi Junqing fought to the last moment for Moen. Yao Moen knew that there was a subtle feeling between her and Yi Junqing, but she wasn't sure if it was just her own wishful thinking or if it was mutual affection. Of course. The number of times he went into battle to kill enemies is even more than the number of times this Supreme Lord has robbed people. Could it be that he doesn't understand the concept of where there's life, there's hope? Even if Ji Zhou couldn't be saved, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live. However, at the last moment, he only said that he would wait for your return in Ji Zhou. Han Genie spoke lightly, but her heart felt like it was blocked by cotton wool. It was very uncomfortable. Yao Moen was speechless. At this moment, she didn't know what she was feeling. She only knew that if she could grow a pair of wings right now, she would return to Ji Province without hesitation. She couldn't wait to stand in front of Yi Junqing and sincerely tell him 3 words, "Are you stupid?" That's why I'm saying, Yao Moen, you should be more careful. Don't place your thoughts on this exalted lord. This exalted lord has already said that with your looks, it's extremely far-fetched to even have you clean the latrines in Myriad Emperor City. Han Genie raised his proud face, his deep eyes flashing with a trace of guilt. Yao Mowan's appearance was admittedly not the most outstanding, but just based on these 3 words, Yao Mowan, it was enough for her to be worthy of the title of 10,000 Emperor City Supreme Lord's husband. Han Genie, to think that you're the boss of all the bandits in the world. The first time you tried to rob a woman, you actually failed miserably. Yao Mowan wanted to cry. What reason did she have to give up the title of Su Qin Wang Fei and insist on cleaning the latrines in Myriad Emperor City? Thus, that night, Yao Mowan fell asleep anxiously. As for Han Genie, he drank himself into a stupor, to the point that when Yao Mowan left, he didn't send her off. Yao Mowan understood this very well. As the Grand Supreme Lord of 10,000 Emperor City, there really wasn't any reason for him to lower himself to send a latrine maid off. On the city gate tower, that black robe flapped in the wind. His handsome face was resolute and had a unique aura of age. Supreme Lord, based on your charm, Yao Mowan will fall in love with you sooner or later. Master Qiao had always felt this way. 1 year. 10 years. Or 100 years. Master Qiao, believe it or not, even if this Supreme Lord gave all of my heart to that girl, I still wouldn't be able to get even the slightest bit of sincerity back. Last night, this Supreme Lord only said a few words and she actually really left. Han Genie's heart ached faintly. Outside the residence in Ji Province, ever since Yao Mowan had left, Yi Junqing had been waiting outside the residence for 2 hours every day. Prince, Master has only been gone for 7 days, she won't be back this early. Dinner has already been prepared, you should go back to eat. Ben Lei limped over to Yi Junqing's side and spoke with concern. It's been 7 days. It's already been 7 days. Mo1, hurry and come back, Junqing doesn't have much time left. Yi Junqing smiled bitterly. When he turned around, he saw that Ben Lei's entire body was covered in white muslin. Weren't only your legs injured by the arrow? Yi Junqing looked Ben Lei up and down and asked in a questioning tone. It's all Lang Bingxin's doing. She said she was going to help this subordinate bandage my wounds, but the result was, there were many fractures on this subordinate's body. Whenever Ben Lei thought about how Lang Bingxin had dealt him, he really wanted to dig up her family's ancestral graves. Lang Bingxin doesn't know martial arts, right? Also, can't you stay a bit further away from her? Yi Junqing deliberately glanced around the corner. When he saw that it was still empty, he turned around and entered the residence. She's disguised herself as Uncle Tian. How could this subordinate be on guard against Uncle Tian? Prince, you have to uphold justice for Ben Lei. Ben Lei felt bitter inside. The consequences of offending someone who knew how to disguise themselves were simply unthinkable. This prince doesn't dare to make the decision. If one day she disguises herself as Yao Mo1 to take revenge on this prince doesn't know if this prince will end up in an even worse state than you. Yi Junqing smiled bitterly, his heart filled with desolation. Prince is right. She imitates master, that's what you call a perfect likeness, especially that domineering attitude. When her expression darkens, it's as if everyone in the world owes her money. Just as Ben Lei was speaking resentfully, a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. This consort has no way of keeping track of whether or not everyone in the world owes this consort money, but you, Ben Lei, owe this consort 30,000 taels of gold. Adding on the interest, it's about 53,000 taels. At the entrance of the residence, Yao Mo1 stood there leisurely as she looked towards Ben Lei coldly. It seemed that it had been a long time since she had taught this bastard a lesson. He actually dared to humiliate her like this. Mo1. You're back. The moment Yi Junqing saw Yao Mo1, he was incredibly excited. The person he had been longing for was right in front of him. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and give Yao Mo1 a big hug, but he didn't expect that Ben Lei would stop him. Prince, don't be tricked by Lang Bingxin. Master has only been in Myriad Emperor City for 7 days, she still hasn't returned this quickly. Lang Bingxin. If you don't change back to your original form, don't blame this vanguard for beating you back to your original form. Ben Lei looked towards Yao Mo1 angrily as he roared. You're Lang Bingxin. Yi Junqing hesitated. At the entrance of the residence, the corners of Yao Mo1's lips twitched. She had traveled day and night on this journey. She had imagined 1,000 scenarios of how they would meet again. Hugs, even kisses. However, she never expected that it would be this awkward. That night in Myriad Emperor City, Yao Mo1 had thought things through very clearly. In her past life, she had let down Yi Junqing's true feelings. In this life, how could she bear to let Yi Junqing wait for her again? How could she let herself miss out on this man again? Ben Lei, you can go die now. Yao Mo1 clenched her teeth, her gaze turning cold. Even if I die, I'm going to drag you down with me. Lang Bingxin, can't you be more mean? Prince misses master so much that he's about to go crazy, but you just had to make yourself look like this to provoke Prince. What? Do you think that Prince is made of dough? Easy to pinch, right? Ben Lei was deliberately trying to provoke Yi Junqing into taking revenge in a fit of anger. You guys continue, this prince is leaving. Yi Junqing turned around indifferently. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Mo1 called out to him. Yi Junqing, can't you tell who this old lady is? Yao Mo Wan shouted hatefully. She had rushed back day and night, but Yi Junqing had actually turned a blind eye to her. Prince, look at how arrogant Ling Bingxin is. She actually dares to directly call you by your name. Ling Bingxin, this old man's discerning eyes can tell that you're a monster with a single glance. Hurry up and accept your death. Ben Lei was overjoyed. The more arrogant Ling Bingxin learned to be, the better. In a bit, she'd definitely get beaten. Chapter 460. Yi Junqing also felt that Ling Bingxin had gone too far, so he looked towards the angry beauty at the entrance of the residence. Nyang Nyang, why didn't you go in? Just as the three sides were in a deadlock, Tingyu, who had just pulled the carriage to the side courtyard, appeared. Ling Bingxin, you're good. To actually pull a cushion and pretend to be Tingyu. Ben Lei clearly had the intention of gloating. Ben Lei, are you crazy? This is master, what cold heart. Tingyu immediately retorted. Beep. Demon Zhao, you are Fenglin. You, thunder or lightning. Ben Lei was beside himself with joy as he pointed at Tingyu. Yao Moan was speechless. Her hands clenched into fists as her clear eyes emitted an icy chill. She gritted her teeth so hard that they creaked. Yao Moan, when did you come back? A clear voice suddenly sounded from the backyard. The four of them looked over and saw Ling Bingxin, who was wearing a green robe, leaning against the arched door. She was leisurely eating melon seeds, and the way she spat them out was something that no one could imitate. Ling Bingxin, this is your disguise. Ben Lei swallowed hard, his voice becoming more and more uncertain. Ben Lei, have you been beaten silly by this lady? Why are you looking at Yao Moan when you're calling me? Asked Ling Bingxin in confusion. Moss. Master, I've sinned. Cried Ben Lei. He immediately pretended to be the most obedient sheep and rubbed himself against Yao Mo Wan. In Shua. Drag them out and execute them by 1,000 cuts. Then, throw their corpses into the wilderness, dig their graves and whip their corpses. Yao Moan roared angrily, then walked towards the main hall with large strides. Yi Junqing, who was at the side, was instantly stunned. Then he glared fiercely at Ben Lei, then quickly followed her in. In Shua, remember to bury the corpse after throwing it into the wilderness. Otherwise, we won't be able to dig up the grave. Ling Bingxin reminded her with good intentions. What she got in return was Ben Lei's most hateful gaze. Everyone in the main hall sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right and immediately scattered. At this time, only Yao Moan and Yi Junqing were left in the main hall. The atmosphere had become extremely strange. You. Why did you come back so soon? How was revered Lord Han? Have you eaten? This prince didn't eat either. Due to his earlier performance, Yi Junqing felt extremely guilty and tried to curry favor, so his words were a bit incoherent. Then let's eat together. Yao Moan indifferently sat down at the table. Yi Junqing obediently sat down next to Yao Moan and personally pushed the porcelain bowl in front of Yao Moan. Prince. The moment Yao Moan spoke, Yi Junqing immediately laid down his arms and surrendered. This prince was wrong. This prince was misled by Ben Lei. Otherwise, how could this prince not have recognized you? This prince. Even if you turn into ashes, this prince would still. Yi Junqing seriously admitted his mistake, but he didn't notice the tenderness in Yao Moan's eyes. Even if Prince turns to ashes, Moan would definitely recognize you. Actually, Yao Moan had thought of a lot of words, such as will stick together in life and death, unswerving love and so on, but these words just happened to slip out. Moan, are you angry? Based on Yi Junqing's understanding of Yao Moan, Yao Moen's next move would probably be to flip the table. No, Your Highness, please eat quickly. During the entire meal, Yao Moen actually didn't say another word. On the other hand, every time Yi Junqing picked food for Yao Moen, he would sneak a peek at Yao Moen's expression. In the end, he twisted his neck. The next day, Ben Lei, who had been beaten up for an entire night, was sitting in a corner poking at a doll when he suddenly felt a huge shadow above his head. When he turned his head, he shockingly saw Yao Mo standing in front of him. Master. This subordinate kowtows in salute to Master. Ben Lei did not dare to doubt anymore. Regardless of whether she was real or not, there was nothing wrong with being respectful. Tell old General Huan and General Helian to have all the soldiers gather at the drill grounds at 12:15 noon. Yao Moen only gave these instructions before turning to leave. Master, sorry, yesterday. Ben Lei really didn't know it was you. Seeing that it was the real owner, Ben Lei immediately ran in front of Yao Moen and sincerely apologized. If you knew, would you still have the chance to poke at me here? Go quickly. After seeing Ben Lei's white muslin, Yao Moen felt a lot of sympathy for Ben Lei, but sympathy didn't mean forgiveness. The main reason she had Ben Lei make this trip was because there were still 20 strokes waiting for him in the barracks. Inside the main hall, Yi Junqing looked towards the gates with a serious expression. Prince, don't worry. With Yin Shui here, nothing will happen. Yao Moen saw the worry in Yi Junqing's eyes and comforted him. Moen, are you sure that Yao Sulwan will tell the truth about what happened that day and won't cause any side issues? After experiencing all this, Yi Junqing no longer had the slightest bit of trust in Yao Sulwan. If Prince sees Yao Sulwan, there won't be this kind of problem. Yao Moen's words were quickly confirmed. When Yin Shui placed Yao Sulwan on a chair, Yi Junqing was shocked beyond belief. You're Yao Sulwan. The last impression Yi Junqing had of Yao Sulwan was that she was missing an eye. Prince doesn't recognize me. What should we do? Yao Moen, help this consort freshen up. Yao Sulwan smiled bitterly. Her remaining eye was filled with boundless sorrow. Tingyu, help consort freshen up. After Yao Moen spoke indifferently, Yin Shui picked her up and walked towards the side room. Although Tingyu was unwilling, she knew that this was an important matter, so she immediately followed. It was Yi Hongyi who did it. Yi Junqing's voice was filled with undisguisable anger as he clenched his fists. Success is due to Xiao He, failure is also due to Xiao He. If Yao Sulwan hadn't colluded with him back then, Yi Hongyi might not have been able to harm eldest sister so easily. Now that Yao Sulwan is willing to expose Yi Hongyi's evil deeds in front of several 100,000 soldiers, it can be considered a fatal blow to Yi Hongyi. Yao Moen didn't deny it. In the entire Chu Palace, only Yi Hongyi had the ability to destroy Yao Sulwan to the point where she didn't seem human or ghost. This prince swears that one day, I will definitely kill Yi Hongyi with my own hands to get revenge for Ma Xin. Yi Junqing's brows furrowed as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Behind him, Yao Moen's lips curved into a knowing smile. She suddenly wondered how Yi Junqing would react if he found out that the person standing behind him was Yao Ma Xin. Ha! When Yao Sulwan was escorted to the stage in front of the drill grounds by Yin Shui, Yi Junqing finally understood why Yao Sulwan had wanted Yao Moen to help her dress up. Isn't this consortly? Huan Heng immediately recognized Yao Sulwan from beside Yi Junqing and exclaimed in shock. Yi Junqing thought to himself that if it was back then, even if Huan Heng worked himself to death, he still might not be able to tell that this disheveled woman with broken arms and legs was the glorious Imperial Gui Fei from back then. Yao Moen, she's your real second older sister, right? Yao Moen and Yi Junqing sat side by side while Helian Peng sat on the left. Helian Peng had always been brooding over the matter of the military seal, so his attitude towards Yao Moen was still not very friendly. Yao Moen sat there silently and didn't respond. She knew what Helianpeng meant. His own second older sister was injured to this extent, so how could he bear to let her be thrown outside? But Helianpeng, if you knew about what happened back then, you'd definitely feel that Moen was extremely benevolent. On the stage, Yao Sulwan sat on a chair that had been prepared beforehand. Her remaining axe swept over the several 100,000 soldiers in front of her and she felt a bit nervous. Chapter 461. The reason Ben Gong is able to sit here today and share Ben Gong's glory with everyone is all thanks to one person. That person is Yao Maxin. That's right, Ben Gong is the younger sister of the late Empress Yao Maxin, Yao Sulwan. She was also the imperial Gui Fei that was once favored in the Chu Palace. Yao Sulwan was still a bit excited when she mentioned her past glory. The audience sighed, but no one had any respect for him. To have a younger sister like you, it's truly eldest sister's good fortune. Yao Moen slowly got up and walked towards the stage step by step. She was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, so pure that no one dared to look at her directly. To have a younger sister like you, it's also Sulwan's good fortune. When Yao Sulwan saw that Yao Moen had appeared next to her, her tense heart finally relaxed somewhat. Yao Sulwan, in front of all these soldiers, can you tell them the true cause of eldest sister's death? Yao Moen looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly, her voice as cold as ice. Died of dystocia. Ha! Yi Hongyi had been waiting for this chance for a long time. That kind of brilliant empress, that kind of incomparably wise and far-sighted empress, other than dying of dystocia, how else could she have died? It's a pity that Yao Maxin never knew that from the moment she got pregnant, she had jumped into the trap that Yi Hongyi had personally dug for her. Yao Sulwan widened her cloudy eyes as her voice became more and more agitated. So from the start, you knew that Yi Hongyi wanted to harm eldest sister. Yao Moen choked inwardly, the hatred in her heart overflowed to the heavens. At this moment, she finally understood that Zhonger's arrival was a scheme in itself. So early. Yi Hongyi actually couldn't tolerate her this early. Aside from Yao Maxin, practically everyone in the imperial palace knows that His Majesty hates smart women. Unfortunately, she doesn't know how to restrain herself and keeps displaying her talents. Since it's like this, Ben Gong is happy to take advantage of the situation. The one sitting below is General Helianpeng, right? Yao Sulwan's gaze abruptly landed on Helianpeng. Below the stage, Helianpeng raised his brows but didn't reply. At that time, this empress had hidden a secret letter of rebellion in the Helian manners study. Afterwards, this empress revealed this information to His Majesty. Without a doubt, with His Majesty's suspicious nature, Helian Fu's arrest and imprisonment, and the extermination of his entire family was a normal matter. Unfortunately, the heavens never bars one's way. That meddlesome Yao Maxin actually meddled in other people's business. She secretly joined forces with the officials to write a memorial, forcing the emperor to release Helian Fu. How could His Majesty tolerate this kind of woman? Yao Sulwan sneered, her eyes filled with anger. Yao Sulwan. How dare you? Below the stage, Helianpeng suddenly stood up. Just as he was about to rush up, he was pulled back down by the deputy general beside him. Actually, even if you didn't do these things, Yi Hongyi still wouldn't let eldest sister off. Are you that impatient that you can't even wait a year? Yao Moen looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly, her heart filled with complicated feelings. That's right, now that I think about it, even if this consort hadn't done anything at the time, His Majesty still wouldn't have let Yao Maxin off. But at the time, Ben Gong was thinking even a day of husband and wife is 100 days of kindness. If your Majesty were to go back on your word, then when would Ben Gong be able to sit on the throne of the Empress? Yao Sulwan smiled bitterly, her eyes misty. And then, Yao Moan knew better than anyone what had happened after that. It was something she didn't want to recall for the rest of her life, but it was something she would never forget. That night, Yao Moxin was about to give birth. Nurse Sun sent people to invite the midwife and the imperial doctor, and also ordered people to report to His Majesty. But Nurse Sun would never know that the moment this news came out, the conspiracy had already begun. His Majesty used the reason that there were assassins and forbade the imperial doctor from leaving the imperial hospital. Anyone who disobeyed was executed. The midwife who had been hired for the Empress was also secretly executed. As for Ben Gong, I personally received His Majesty's decree that if I heard the cries of a baby coming from Changle Palace, I was to charge in with Azure Dragon, carry the baby away, escort Yao Moxin into the cold palace, and kill everyone else. In reality, if Yao Moxin had died from a difficult birth, perhaps she wouldn't have suffered so much. Yao Sulwan's voice was choked with sobs and tears welled up in her eyes. If eldest sister had known what was going to happen next, she would have been willing for the baby to die in her womb rather than let Zhong'er die so miserably. Yao Moan's tears fell soundlessly. Below the stage, Yi Juanqing's eyes were bloodshot and his hands were clenched into fists. He wanted nothing more than to turn back time so that he could be by Yao Moxin and Zhong'er's side and not let them suffer the slightest bit of harm. If Ben Gong had known what was going to happen next, then Ben Gong wouldn't have ended up like this. At the time, Ben Gong found it very strange and was afraid that His Majesty would go back on his word and spare Yao Moxin's life. However, Ben Gong had clearly underestimated His Majesty's heartlessness. The next day, His Majesty brought a piece of testimony of Yao Moxin and Yi Juanqing's illicit relationship to the cold palace and ordered Ben Gong to carry Zhong'er. At the time, Yao Moxin was truly pitiful. She had just given birth and her evil blood was flowing all over the ground. Her eyes were like peach pits from crying. Ben Gong was really happy at the time. She's just a woman born of a concubine, so what right does she have to be the empress? Yao Sulwan sneered as her single eye shone with a cold light. From start to finish, what eldest sister cared about wasn't the throne of the empress. Wishing to obtain one person's heart and never leave each other, eldest sister only cared about Yi Hongyi's heart. Yao Moan's tears fell like rain. The past replayed and she couldn't allow herself to continue being cold. That's right, that foolish woman. Did you know that in this world, no one knows better than His Majesty just how pure the relationship between Yao Moxin and Yi Juanqing is? However, His Majesty just had to make Yao Moxin sign that piece of testimony. At the time, Ben Gong said, eldest sister, just sign it. Otherwise, what would happen to Zhong'er? As I spoke, I pinched Zhong'er's tender thigh hard. Children naturally cry when they're in pain. However, Yao Moxin's cries are even more heart-wrenching than Zhong'er's. She begged Ben Gong to let her hug Zhong'er, but if she doesn't sign her testimony, then she really can't even touch him. When Yao Sulwan said this, it sounded like she was venting her hatred. This caused Yao Moan, who was at the side, to almost rush over and strangle her to death. Esteemed prince, you should be filled with hatred, right? You treated Yao Moxin wholeheartedly, but in the end, for the sake of a child, she actually wronged you. There were tears in Yao Sulwan's eyes, but the expression on her face was extremely hateful. Continue. The veins on the back of Yi Juanqing's hands bulged and his eyes shone with a bone-chilling coldness. He couldn't imagine what kind of pain Yao Moxin was enduring at that moment. Continue. What happened next really was a twist of fate. Ben Gong thought that even if His Majesty couldn't tolerate Yao Moxin, the child was still his flesh and blood, so keeping him would be fine. But when we got the testimony, Ben Gong personally saw Yi Hongyi snatch Zhong'er over, raise him high above his head, then fiercely slam him to the ground. That child didn't even have a chance to make a sound before his brain burst open. He truly died a miserable death. Yao Sulwan's hands were trembling but her voice was indifferent. Shut up. Shut up. Yao Sulwan's description had already exceeded the bottom line of what Yao Moan could endure. At this moment, Yao Moan's tears flowed wildly as she rushed towards Yao Sulwan. At almost the same time, Yi Junqing leaped forward and pulled Yao Moan into his embrace. Moan, don't cry. We just need to let everyone know of Yi Hongyi's evil deeds. Know how he repaid kindness with enmity, how utterly heartless. No matter if it's Ma Xin or Zhong'er, they won't die in vain. Yi Junqing held Yao Moan tightly in his embrace. How could his heart not hurt? That's right, what are you so agitated for? That child practically didn't feel any pain before he died. In reality, it wasn't that tragic. The tragic one is Yao Ma Xin, who personally witnessed this scene. Yao Sulwan did her best to appear indifferent, but the smile on her lips was extremely difficult. She knew very well why Yao Moan had arranged all of this, so other than doing her best to act, what else could she do to atone for her crimes? Continue. Yi Junqing roared fiercely, his scarlet eyes flashing with anger. Chapter 462. When she saw that child fall to the ground, Yao Ma Xin crawled over like a madwoman. At that time, this consort was chased out by His Majesty, but through the crack in the door, this consort still saw His Majesty pick up the child on the ground and fiercely throw it against the wall. He said that he hated Yao Ma Xin, hated that she was smart and wise, hated that she had become a puppet, hated that she couldn't raise her head in front of others, so he couldn't tolerate Yao Ma Xin, nor could he tolerate the child Yao Ma Xin gave birth to. Yao Sulwan bit her lips. She couldn't cry at this kind of scene. Yao Moan sobbed painfully in Yi Junqing's arms. Her tears fell to the ground like pearls from a broken necklace. Her body trembled like fallen leaves in the wind. Her heart was cold. Moan, don't be afraid. Yi Junqing held Yao Moan tightly in his arms. His eyes were as deep as the ocean in the pitch-black night. Just how ruthless was His Majesty. He didn't kill Yao Ma Xin, instead, he left her to fend for herself in front of that bloody child. Actually, if this consort had understood His Majesty's intentions at the time, then this consort wouldn't have gone in to provoke Yao Ma Xin. When this consort went in, Yao Ma Xin seemed to have gone stupid. Her entire body was pressed tightly against that bloody mess. It was only when this consort said that her lowly mother had already been poisoned to death by this consort's mother and that her foolish younger sister had already been sent to Joyous Spring Brothel that she finally showed any expression. She said that she treated this consort well, so why would this consort repay kindness with enmity? But this consort didn't think that way. If she really treated this consort well, then why didn't she give up the throne of Empress to this consort? So this consort gave her a dagger. Now that I think about it, this consort was fulfilling her wish. It wasn't until I saw Yao Ma Xin personally insert the dagger into her chest that this consort left in peace. Yao Sulwan forced her tears back and a cold smile hung on her lips. Yi Hongyi, Yao Sulwan. Ma Xin hates you to death. Hates you to death. Yao Moan's scarlet eyes were filled with extreme anger and her body was almost twitching. Moan. Don't be like this, they'll all get their retribution. Moan. Yi Junqing looked at the person in his arms in terror. His chest heaved with pain. Kill the incapable ruler. Get rid of the concubine. Avenge the Empress. Guan Heng knew that the moment to solidify the morale of the army had arrived, so he suddenly stood up and roared loudly. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. On the stage, Yao Moan couldn't hold herself back anymore and fainted in Yi Junqing's arms. When he saw the woman's snow-white complexion, Yi Junqing's heart ached to the extreme. He held Yao Moan tightly and pressed his face against hers. Moan, Junqing wasn't able to protect Machine properly and I regret this for the rest of my life. Now, even if Junqing has to give up my life, I'll protect you. Yi Junqing closed his eyes and tears flowed out. Yao Suwan looked indifferently at Huanheng as her voice died down. Huanheng, speaking of which, this consort has an irreconcilable feud with you. Back then, in order to remove your military power and exterminate your entire family, His Majesty forced Ben Gong to drink saffron and abort the fetus in Ben Gong's womb. Then, he framed Huan Kaier. As long as there's conclusive evidence, your entire Huan residence will be exterminated. It's a pity. It's a pity that Yao Mo Wan, that slut, had already seen through His Majesty and Ben Gong's plot. She had actually hidden the saffron under Ben Gong's bed. Otherwise, how could you still have the life to stand here and shout at Ben Gong? Yao Sulwan's words fell clearly into Huanheng's ears. Realization dawned on him, but when he turned to look at Yao Mo Wan, he saw that she had already fainted. The entire drill ground could no longer remain calm. Cries of beheading the incapable ruler and killing the concubine rang out incessantly. Yi Junqing ordered Ben Lei to leave Yao Sulwan alive, then he carried Yao Mo Wan back to the guest house. It was easy to imagine what happened next. It wasn't just Heli and Peng, even Huanheng wanted to kill Yao Sulwan. Ben Lei had to expend a lot of effort and talk before he managed to safely escort Yao Sulwan back to the guest house with Yin Shua's help. For 2 days and 2 nights, Yi Junqing only stayed by Yao Mo Wan's bed and didn't take a single step away. Zhong'er. Zhong'er. In her dream, Yao Mo Wan clearly saw a 2-year-old boy reach out towards her, his laughter as clear as a bell. She ran madly with all her might, wanting to grab the boy's hand, but the boy floated away like the wind until he disappeared. Mo Wan, wake up. Hurry and wake up, that was just a dream. At the edge of the bed, Yi Junqing called out to Yao Mo Wan worriedly, his hands tightly gripping Yao Mo Wan's jade shoulders. Zhong'er. The moment the boy disappeared, Yao Mo Wan abruptly got up. Her eyes were cold and her forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Mo Wan, it's all right, it's all in the past. Everything will be all right. Yi Junqing tightly gripped Yao Mo Wan's trembling hands, his clear eyes flashing with unconcealable heartache. Where is this? Yao Mo Wan panted lightly, doing her best to forget the sorrow of the dream and slowly calming her heart. This is the guest house. You fainted on the drill ground and it was this prince who carried you back. 2 days and 2 nights, thank goodness you woke up. When he saw that Yao Mo Wan had woken up, Yi Junqing's heart that had been hovering in his chest finally fell to the ground. Fainted. Then what about Yao Sulwan? Yao Mo Wan came to a sudden realization and asked anxiously. Don't worry, without your permission, this prince won't punish Yao Sulwan. Right now, Yao Sulwan is in the guest house. It's just that she's on a hunger strike and refuses to eat. As Yi Junqing spoke, he turned to walk to the table and picked up the ginseng soup. When he looked back, Yao Mo Wan had already gotten off the bed. Mo Wan, you've just woken up, so your body is still very weak. Hurry and lie down and drink the ginseng soup. As Yi Junqing urged her, Yao Mo Wan had already walked to the door. Mo Wan is going to see Yao Sulwan. Yao Mo Wan swayed as she pushed open the door. Yi Junqing was just about to step forward when Yao Mo Wan stopped him. Prince, there's no need to follow me. There are some things that Mo Wan wishes to discuss with Yao Sulwan alone. Yao Mo Wan staggered out of the room, leaving Yi Junqing standing there by himself. Mo Axian, I'm sorry. If I had to choose between getting revenge for you and protecting Mo Wan, Junqing would only want Mo Wan to live well. When Yao Mo Wan walked into the woodshed, a rancid smell assailed her nostrils. They actually made you eat this kind of food. When Yao Mo Wan saw the long-haired food on the wooden table, she felt a bit angry. Yao Mo Wan. You're awake. It's not their fault. In their eyes, this consort is an unforgivable devil. It's already benevolent of them to not dismember this consort. Yao Sulwan was sitting in a corner. Her voice was weak and filled with endless sorrow. Why did you help me? Yao Mo Wan sighed lightly as she slowly walked towards Yao Sulwan. Help you? Why would you ask that? Yao Sulwan smiled bitterly. These words sounded so sarcastic. On the drill grounds, you only need to recount what happened that day. The matter with Heli and Fu wasn't within the scope of what you promised this consort. Also, there's no need for you to describe it so vividly. Yao Mo Wan slowly crouched down in front of Yao Sulwan, her gaze biting cold. Help you? Yao Mo Wan, you're overthinking things. This consort just doesn't want Yi Hongyi to have an easy time. He caused this consort to end up like this, so this consort should also do something for him. Yao Sulwan's lips curved in a self-mocking smile. Your eye. Yao Mo Wan stretched out her hand and shook it a few times. However, Yao Sulwan's remaining eye didn't react at all. Isn't it just blind? It's good that you're blind. If you're blind, then you won't misjudge people. Yao Mo Wan was shocked at Yao Sulwan's indifference. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. If it was before, she would definitely be gratified to see Yao Sulwan end up like this, but now, she didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of joy. Mo Wan will have someone change the food. Don't go on a hunger strike anymore. If you really want to die, at least do it after you've kowtowed in front of eldest sister's tomb. Yao Mo Wan slowly got up, but Yao Sulwan called her back down. Yao Mo Wan, you'll kill Yi Hongyi, right? You'll kill him, right? Yao Mo Wan could no longer see Yao Sulwan's expression. Her eyes had lost their luster, as if she had lost her soul. Only the skin of her face remained. Chapter 463. What do you think? Why else would Moen do all this? Said Yao Moen indifferently before turning to leave. When she heard the sound of the door closing, Yao Sulwan's lips curved into a bitter smile. Moen, I'm sorry. Second older sister really doesn't have the face to kneel in front of eldest sister's tomb. In this life, second older sister will repay you in the next life. Right now, second older sister should go find eldest sister to atone for her sins. Afternoon, Yao Moen found out about Yao Sulwan's death from Tingyu. Bury her. Yao Moen didn't say much and didn't go to the woodshed to see Yao Sulwan one last time. She didn't want to shed tears for someone who had once hurt her. Later, Yao Moen found out that after Ben Lei and the others buried Yao Sulwan, Wan Heng and Helian Peng had dug up Yao Sulwan's grave like children and whipped the corpse for a long time. Yao Moen felt that this was meaningless. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. It was just a corpse without a soul, so what was the point of arguing with it? Apparently, Huan Heng had even sprained his back because of this. In the following days, Yao Moen found that Yi Juanqing's actions were very strange, so strange that she couldn't accept it. Prince, if you don't have anything to do, you can take a stroll around the military camp. Ever since Yao Moen woke up, Yi Juanqing had been following her like a shadow. His attitude was even more attentive than Ting Yu's, making Yao Moen feel very uncomfortable. There's Huan Heng and Helian Peng in the military camp, so this prince has nothing to do. Oh right, Moen, what do you want to eat for dinner? This prince will make it for you. As Yi Juanqing spoke, he took out a brush and paper from his sleeve. When Yao Moen saw this, she couldn't help but choke. Moen wants to eat people. Yao Moen felt that she had sinned. She had forcefully turned an all-powerful figure on the battlefield into an obedient family man. However, she also felt extremely wronged. She really hadn't done anything at all. Yi Junqing thought for a moment, then drew something on the paper before turning to leave. Hey, where are you going? Yao Moen was afraid that Yi Junqing would get hot-headed and cook human flesh for her, so she called out anxiously. Arrest him. Yi Junqing swaggered off, leaving behind Yao Moen, who was completely speechless. The dinner was extremely sumptuous, especially the ginseng baby at the center of the table. It was so lively and lifelike that it looked like it was about to jump out of the plate. Ever since Yan Nanxing returned from Phoenix Feather Manor, it was rare for him to see something so novel. Just as he was about to take a bite to try, Yi Junqing glared fiercely at him and stopped him. Moen, have a taste. This prince personally made this. When Yi Junqing turned to look at her, his eyes were as gentle as water. On the other side, Yan Nanxing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. His meaning was very clear. Just what did you do to Yi Junqing while this alliance head wasn't here? Since alliance head likes it, then just give it to him. Yao Moen said innocently. What could she do? She really didn't even let out a fart. Although Yi Junqing was unwilling, he still placed the ginseng baby onto Yan Nanxing's plate. At this moment, Yao Moen and Yan Nanxing were both thrown into disarray by the hurricane. Who was this unlucky child who was meekly accepting the adversity? Yi Junqing, Moen feels that we need to have a proper talk. Yao Moen felt that she couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, she would definitely bear the crime of harming a pillar of the country. That night, Yao Moen called Yi Junqing to her room and solemnly had him sit down at the table. Then she poured him a cup of tea. Tell me, what does Prince want? Yao Moen slowly sat down in front of Yi Junqing as she spoke solemnly. This prince doesn't want anything. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen innocently, his clear eyes as gentle as the moonlight. Now that everyone in the world knows about eldest sister's death, doesn't Prince feel that right now is the time for military morale to be at its peak? If you send troops to Guangning right now, Chao Kun will definitely be caught unprepared. Huanheng and Helianpeng had come to find Yi Junqing several times, but Yi Junqing had always used groundless reasons to reject them. Left with no other choice, they could only look for Yao Moen. It's not the right time. Yi Junqing lowered his eyes to drink the tea. The teacup completely concealed the guilt in his eyes. Reason. Yao Moen suddenly felt resentful that iron didn't meet her expectations. Right now, everything was ready. As long as Yi Junqing made a call, she would be one step closer to killing Yi Hongyi. The reason is that it's not the right time. Yi Junqing tried to drag things out. Yi Junqing. No matter how good of a temper she had, Yi Junqing still made her lungs explode, especially since Yao Moen didn't have a good temper at all. Don't be angry, let this prince think for 2 more days. Are you sleepy? How about this prince tell you a story to coax you to sleep? Yi Junqing's shamelessness made Yao Moen completely speechless. Thus, the following scene played out. Yao Moen lay on the bed in annoyance while Yi Junqing leaned against the side of the bed. It was unknown what he was reading, but even Yi Junqing himself was kowtowing. Prince, you should stop reading. Moen isn't interested in things with an IQ below 10 years old, said Yao Moen coldly. It's precisely because I'm not interested that I fall asleep. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in a very reasonable manner, but when he met Yao Moen's murderous gaze, he choked up. Then how about this? This prince will tell some. Prince, you should tell Moen some stories about how you used to gallop on the battlefield. Yao Moen wanted to motivate Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't refuse. I remember that the first time this prince went to the battlefield, I was truly terrified. Even though this prince's martial arts were already the most outstanding out of all the princes, I was still a 12-year-old child. When faced with the bloody battlefield, I still felt powerless. This prince also remembers the light in the eyes of the first person who died under the flame's soul sword. Shock, terror, and even a trace of reluctance. How could a 12-year-old child see so many things in the eyes of a dead person? Yao Moen didn't think much of it. Then this prince will change, said Yi Junqing angrily. Continue, continue. Yao Moen obediently shut her mouth. That was the first time this prince had killed someone. When this prince saw the blood dripping down from the flame's soul sword, this prince was stunned. Other than standing there in a daze, this prince didn't do anything else. At the time, this prince had no idea that on the battlefield, the slightest bit of absent-mindedness could cause one to lose their life. Luckily, Ben Lei rushed over to block the blade for this prince, so this prince didn't die an untimely death. However, a long scar was left on Ben Lei's back. Yi Junqing smiled bitterly as he recalled that time. They were both 12-year-old children, but Ben Lei was already used to the killing on the battlefield. What happened after that? Asked Yao Moen indifferently. After that, this prince cut the enemy that injured Ben Lei into 10,000 pieces, said Yi Junqing lightly. However, the scene of blood splattering everywhere was so shocking that even after many years, every time Yi Junqing thought about it, it felt like it was only yesterday. Oh. Yao Moen's heart ached a bit. Yi Junqing must have been terrified back then. There was another time when this prince fell into the enemy's ambush, Ben Lei. Yi Junqing sat next to Yao Moen's bed and recalled the dangers of the past. However, every story had Ben Lei as cannon fodder. As Yao Moen listened, she understood what Yi Junqing was trying to say. As she listened, Yao Moen really did fall asleep. Moen. Yi Junqing called out to Yao Moen softly. When he saw that Yao Moen didn't respond, he finally stopped his exaggerated narration. His hand gradually moved to caress Yao Moen's cheek. Moen, do you believe that Junqing has fallen in love with you? His love is so deep that he's willing to give up on getting revenge for Ma Xin just so that you can live well. So you definitely can't let Junqing down. No matter what happens, you have to stay strong and continue living, alright? Chapter 464. Yi Junqing finally left Yao Moen's room. At that time, Yao Moen was sleeping soundly. Early the next morning, the sunlight shone through the window. Yao Moen stretched lazily and got off the bed, allowing Tingyu to freshen up before leaving the bedroom. The breakfast was very sumptuous. Yao Moen looked at the food on the table and praised. How could it not be sumptuous? Prince had been cooking for most of the night. Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. Who was cooking for most of the night? Yao Moen lifted her brows and looked towards Tingyu suspiciously. Prince. Masterly from the kitchen said that Prince entered the kitchen at around midnight last night. In order to make this meal for your highness, it took quite a bit of effort, reported Tingyu truthfully. Tingyu, do you think that Yi Junqing has something very important to ask this consort for? Yao Moen suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Based on Yi Junqing's behavior these past few days, especially last night, Yao Moen felt that the matter Yi Junqing wanted to ask her for must be very troublesome. But why does Tingyu feel that Prince is purely trying to make your highness happy? Asked Tingyu disapprovingly. There's definitely something fishy going on. This won't do, this consort has to clarify things. Yao Moen still felt uneasy. Just as she was about to leave, Tingyu stopped her. His Highness was busy in the back kitchen last night and only returned to his room at dawn. I'm afraid that he has already fallen asleep. Nyang Nyang should eat first. Regardless of whether His Highness' motive is pure or not, don't let down this table of delicacies. Yao Moen felt that this was reasonable, so she wasn't in a hurry to leave. After finishing their meal, Yao Moen and Ting Yu were planning to go look for Yi Junqing, but they ran into Ben Lei on the way. Although Ben Lei's injuries had mostly healed, his eyes were still black and blue from being beaten up. "What are you hiding for? Don't you know how to salute when you see this consort?" Yao Moen saw that Ben Lei had run behind the fake mountain when he saw her, so she brought Ting Yu over to find him. "Ah!" This subordinate Ben Lei kowtows in salute to master. Ben Lei knew that he wouldn't be able to hide, so he lowered his head and bowed. "Raise your head," said Yao Moen solemnly. Ben Lei hesitated for a moment, then finally lifted his head. "Pfff. Cough cough. Who did you offend?" Seeing Ben Lei's eyes turn as black as ink, Yao Mo forced herself not to laugh out loud. Replying, "Master, it was Leng Bingxin. Yesterday, she disguised herself as Feng Lin and insisted that this subordinate accompany her to drink wine with women. This subordinate momentarily couldn't hold on and followed her. I didn't expect that after Leng Bingxin got this subordinate drunk, she slipped away by herself, and when she left, she even took the money with her. Drinking wine with women without paying is taboo, so..." Ben Lei felt extremely wronged. He felt that if Leng Bingxin was in this world, he really couldn't live. "Take off your clothes." Yao Mo didn't seem to be interested in Ben Lei's explanation. When she spoke, her words were shocking. "Master, this subordinate has been wronged. Other than drinking flower wine, this subordinate really didn't do anything else." Ben Lei only thought that Yao Moen was still angry at his rudeness and immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness. "What nonsense are you spouting? This empress told you to take off your clothes. What, do you want this empress to personally do it?" Yao Moen felt that Ben Lei was being too naggy, so she immediately stepped forward but was stopped by Ben Lei. "This subordinate will do it myself." Ben Lei threw caution to the wind. In any case, he was already out of luck, so it wouldn't matter if he got even more unlucky. Thus, Ben Lei unwillingly took off his clothes. Just as Ben Lei was about to take off his pants, Yao Moen became anxious. "Do you have exhibitionism? This empress only told you to take off your clothes, what are you doing?" Yao Moen pointed at Ben Lei's pants, which were only halfway undone. "Master, this subordinate wears underwear." Ben Lei wanted to cry but had no tears. Even if he was beaten with a board, he had to take off his pants. Fabric was so expensive now. "Yin Shui. Hit him." Yao Moen didn't waste words with Ben Lei and immediately summoned Yin Shui. After Ben Lei's acupuncture points were sealed by Yin Shui, Yao Moen walked over to Ben Lei's back. When she lowered her eyes, she saw that there was a long knife scar on Ben Lei's back. "Yi Junqing, Yi Junqing, if you really wanted to plead for leniency for Ben Lei, you could have just said it." Ben Lei was very surprised by Yao Moen's actions. Not only had he not been beaten with a board, he had even been granted 10 days of leave to recuperate. Not only that, the 30,000 taels of gold he owed had also been written off by Yao Moen with interest. Yao Moen had even promised to plead for leniency for Ben Lei in front of Leng Bingxin. At this moment, Ben Lei truly regretted only taking off his clothes. If he had taken off everything else, wouldn't his treatment have been better? After lunch, Yao Moen still didn't see Yi Junqing get up. Thus, after lunch, Yao Moen personally carried the lunchbox to Yi Junqing's room. "Prince, if you still don't get up, it'll be dark soon," said Yao Moen indifferently as she stood at the door. Coincidentally, Yan Nanxing walked over in a red robe with nothing to do. "You finally know to feel sorry for our Junqing. That's more like it." When Yan Nanxing saw that Yao Moen was carrying a lunchbox, he immediately said this with a chuckle. Sometimes, when a lion's head doesn't speak, she really is a peerless beauty. Yao Moen glanced at Yan Nanxing disapprovingly. "Then what if I speak?" Yan Nanxing knew that Yao Moen wouldn't have anything good to say to him, but he still couldn't wait to get scolded. Infamy for 10,000 years. Yao Moen ignored him and knocked on the door a few more times. To her surprise, the door wasn't bolted, so with a creak, it opened a crack. Yao Moen and Ting Yu looked at each other in dismay. Then they pushed the door open, but Yi Junqing was nowhere to be seen. Yan Nanxing had always been a busybody, so he naturally followed them in. Your Highness, Prince isn't in the inner chambers, but there's a letter and these things on the bed, said Ting Yu anxiously as she handed over the letter, tiger seal, jade seal, and a bunch of keys to Yao Moen. As she looked at the things in her hands, Yao Moen suddenly had a bad premonition. She tossed the tiger seal, the keys, and the other items onto the table and opened the letter in a panic. Moen, I'm sorry. Forgive Junqing for his incompetence, forgive Junqing for leaving without saying goodbye. The heavy responsibility of taking revenge for Ma Xin will be handed over to you, Yi Junqing. What does he mean by this? What does he mean by handing it over to me? If Moen only wanted revenge, why would she have waited until today? Yi Junqing. You bastard. Yao Moen roared angrily as she looked at the letter in her hands. Her eyes misted over. This. Why would he suddenly leave? Our family's Junqing isn't such an irresponsible person. Yan Nanxing snatched the letter and read it over and over again. However, apart from those few words, he didn't find any other clues. Nyang Nyang, could Prince have been kidnapped? Ting Yu didn't believe that Yi Junqing would leave without saying goodbye. Just yesterday, he had been so eager to curry favor with her master. Kidnapped? If he really had been kidnapped, how could these things be sitting here in perfect condition? Besides Yi Junqing, no one else knows where they are. Why? Why did you have to leave? Who can tell this consort what exactly happened? Yao Moen's mind went blank and her heart ached. Ever since she had been reborn, she had done everything she could to return Yi Junqing lovely land. For this, she had gone back and forth from the gates of hell countless times. However, Yi Junqing had given up on all of this so easily. How could Yao Moen not be angry? How could her heart not ache? The matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet. Perhaps Junqing has his own difficulties. Moen, don't jump to conclusions yet. Right now, the most important thing is to find Junqing. Yan Nanxing's eyes flickered with a solemn light. There were too many things he couldn't understand. It's to find him. This consort wants to ask him in person what reason he has to leave at this time. Ting Yu, Colleen Shui, Ben Lei, Feng Yu, Lei Dian over. Yao Moen sat down angrily as she ordered sternly. Ting Yu naturally didn't dare to dally. A moment later, everyone gathered in Yi Junqing's room. Chapter 465. When everyone found out that Yi Junqing had disappeared, they all felt that it was inconceivable. There had been no signs of this at all. Thus, under Yao Moen's arrangements, Yin Shui, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning split up to search in 4 different directions. Ben Lei was in charge of returning to Mang Yuan and searching through all possible places. For the entire day, Yao Moen only sat silently at the table with Yi Junqing's note in her hands. Your Highness, don't worry. Prince will definitely return. Ting Yu placed the food by Yao Moen's side as she sobbed heavily. She swore that even if Prince returned, she wouldn't care what Yi Junqing's identity was. She would just give him a good scolding to vent Master's anger. Did this consort force him into a corner? But Ting Yu, getting revenge for eldest sister has always been his wish. Yao Moen read the note in her hands over and over again. Her tears had soaked the letter and the words had already become indistinct. Your Highness, don't let your imagination run wild. Prince leaving has nothing to do with you. Prince definitely can't figure it out. Once Prince figures it out, he'll definitely return. Tingyu couldn't help but cry when she saw Yao Moen's swollen eyes. At this time, Yin Shui was the first to return to the guest house. Master, this subordinate couldn't find Prince. However, this subordinate has already asked clan head for help. I'm sure there will be news of Prince soon. Yin Shui also couldn't forgive Yi Junqing for leaving without saying goodbye. Master had gone from empty-handed to having a magnificent army. How difficult had it been for Master to walk away empty-handed? Prince leaving just like that, completely disregarding Master's good intentions. No one would be able to do something like that. Feng Lin, Yuer, Lei Ting, Lightning, but even when Ben Lei returned, there was still no news of Yi Junqing. Moen, there must be a reason why Junqing left. Give this alliance a few days, this alliance will definitely find him for you. When Yan Nanxing saw that Yao Moen's expression was as cold as ice, he felt that Yi Junqing had really gone too far this time. There's no need. Since he feels that he's useless, Moen definitely won't force him. Ben Lei, notify Helian Peng and Huanheng to prepare for battle. In 3 days, we'll attack Guangning. Yao Moen abruptly stood up, her deep eyes filled with extreme coldness. The room was completely silent. No one dared to comfort her. That night, Yao Moen locked herself in her room and cried the entire night. Early in the morning the next day, Tingyu entered Yao Mo-wan's room very early. She saw that the brocade quilt was neatly folded but Yao Mo-wan was nowhere to be seen. Tingyu was greatly shocked and immediately shouted madly. The entire guest house was thrown into chaos. Fortunately, Yin Shui came back and told her the truth. As it turned out, Yao Mo-wan had already gotten out of bed and gone to the barracks to discuss military affairs with Helian Peng and Huanheng. Yao Moen only told the outside world that Yi Junqing had suddenly disappeared, that he was on a diplomatic mission to Great Shu in hopes of convincing the king of Shu to form an alliance with Ji province. Although Yao Moen's explanation was that she was worried about the morale of the army being shaken, Yin Shui and the others all knew that Master was doing this to give Yi Junqing a way out. Yao Moen practically didn't rest at all from the hour of the morning to the hour of the evening. She first discussed the tactics for attacking Guangning with Huanheng and Helian Peng, then summoned Zhu Qin and Ice Soul to inspect their newly developed weapons and give suggestions for improvement. After that, she went to the cook's army unit and personally drew up the menu. The general principle was that the soldiers had to eat and drink well. Money wasn't a problem. It wasn't until after the hour of the morning that Yao Moen returned to the guest house under Yin Shui's escort. By now, Tingyu had already finished preparing the evening meal. Nyang nyang, it's been a tiring day. You should quickly eat. The food is still warm, Tingyu will help you scoop some rice. Tingyu spoke carefully, but was stopped by Yao Moen. This consort isn't hungry, I'm going to sleep first. Yao Moen waved her hand tiredly before entering the room alone. Has Master eaten at the barracks? Tingyu only dared to ask Yin Shui after Yao Moen had entered the bedroom. Not to mention eating, she hasn't even had a sip of water. If this continues, Master won't be able to last more than a few days. Yin Shui looked worriedly in the direction Yao Moen had disappeared in, her brows tightly knitted. However, in this sort of situation, who would dare to go up and advise her, and how would they advise her? 3 days later, Huanheng and Helian Peng joined hands to attack Guangning. This battle lasted from the hour of the morning to the hour of the evening. In the end, Chao Kun was defeated and had to retreat to the ancient city of Ximin behind Guangning. Yao Moen naturally knew the importance of military morale, so she ordered Yu Qing to allocate 300,000 taels of gold from Mang Yuan to reward the 3 armies. Inside Guangning residence, everyone saw that Yao Moen had been slacking off all night and had worked very hard these past few days, so they set up a banquet. One reason was to celebrate taking down Guangning, and the other was to let Yao Moen relax a little. However, even though the banquet was set up, no one was able to invite Yao Moen. What did Master say? Ben Lei took a step forward and leapt in front of Tingyu, asking suspiciously. Master said to let us eat and drink well, she still has matters to attend to. Tingyu's brows were full of worry. Matters? What matters? Ben Lei didn't understand. You want to know? Tingyu lifted her brows. Ben Lei nodded. Go ask her yourself. Tingyu glanced at Ben Lei, then turned and walked to the side. Ask then, I'll go invite her. Ever since the fake mountain incident last time, Ben Lei suddenly felt that Master still doted on him a lot. When Ben Lei walked to the study, everyone was waiting anxiously. However, reality proved that in Yao Moen's heart, Ben Lei wasn't different at all. After that, it was Feng Lin, Yu Er, Lei Ting, Lightning, and even Yin Shui who couldn't invite Yao Moen. I say, are we still going to eat or not? Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Lang Bingxin, who had been sitting at the table for a long time, held a pair of bamboo chopsticks in one hand and a soup spoon in the other as she spoke impatiently. Lang Bingxin, your heart is too big. Can't you see that we're worrying right now? Go to the side and play. Ben Lei had found a chance to belittle Lang Bingxin, so he immediately put on an air of arrogance and waved his hand fiercely. Say that again. When he saw Lang Bingxin jump up, Ben Lei practically hid behind Feng Lin at lightning speed. What's wrong with saying it again? Originally, everyone was thinking about how to make Master happy, but you? Other than eating, can your brain think of anything else? Ben Lei took advantage of the fact that everyone was present and Lang Bingxin didn't have the chance to change her appearance to trick him, so he fiercely reprimanded her. Lang Bingxin was speechless as she walked in front of Ben Lei with vicious steps and pointed at Ben Lei whose legs had gone soft behind Feng Lin. If I invite Yao Moen out, can you kowtow to me 3 times? Asked Lang Bingxin forcefully. Yes. Other than Ben Lei, everyone said in unison. Ben Lei was stunned and felt extremely sullen inside. Heavens. He was careless in making friends. What everyone didn't expect was that Yao Moen really came out with Lang Bingxin. The moment he saw Yao Moen, Ben Lei cried. Ben Lei is gratified that Ben Lei is so attentive to Ben Gong. Yao Moen nodded slightly when she saw Ben Lei's crying face, then sat down at the table. When he saw Lang Bingxin behind Yao Moen, Ben Lei cried even more fiercely. At first, Yao Moen didn't refuse any of the toasts from Feng Lin and the others, but in the end, everyone seemed to realize that something was wrong and stopped toasting Yao Moen. In the end, Yao Moen toasted everyone present instead. No one dared to refuse. Even Yu, who didn't have a good alcohol tolerance, had already been forced under the table by Yao Moen. After the meal, there weren't many people left at the table. Yi Junqing. Even without you, Ben Gong can still get revenge for eldest sister. If you leave, then don't ever come back. These were the last words Yao Moen said as she collapsed on the table. Chapter 466. Tingyu, help Master back to her room to rest. I'll send them back to their rooms. Ben Lei, I'll leave Bingxin to you. Yin Shui looked at the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning lying on the table and ordered indifferently. Tingyu was naturally worried about Yao Moen, so she helped Yao Moen back to her room first. Yin Shui then picked up Yu and carried her out. Hey! Don't go. I don't care about her. Ben Lei immediately yelled as he looked at the drowsy Lang Bingxin on the table. What are you yelling about? This miss doesn't need you to care. After everyone left, Lang Bingxin suddenly stood up. Her eyes were clear and without a trace of drunkenness. You didn't drink too much. Then just now. Ben Lei pointed at the table in astonishment. Can't I pretend to be drunk? Yao Moen wants to drown her sorrows, but this miss isn't sorrowful. What reason do I have to get drunk with her? Lang Bingxin dusted off her slightly creased skirt and turned to walk to the door. Then she seemed to think of something and turned back to Ben Lei. Yao Moen said that as long as this miss promises not to tease you in the future, she'll come out with this miss. Think about it, she usually doesn't like you so much, but for you, she gave this miss so much face. And, it's really not bad to have such a protective master. This miss has decided to follow her. Lang Bingxin looked towards Ben Lei meaningfully and then left. When Lang Bingxin walked to the door, she suddenly turned back to look at Ben Lei. Tomorrow at noon in front of the main hall, don't be late. Lang Bingxin threw down this sentence and disappeared from the main hall. After a long while, Ben Lei finally reacted. Isn't it just kowtowing? For master, not to mention 3 kowtows, even 300 isn't a problem. Ben Lei's heart surged with excitement. At noon the next day, Ben Lei really did kowtow to Lang Bingxin 3 times in front of the main hall. Tingyu, has master still not woken up? At this moment, Lang Bingxin walked over to Tingyu and asked suspiciously. In one night, Lang Bingxin had already made the decision to become Yao Moen's subordinate. Master drank too much last night. When I went in, master was still sleeping, Tingyu said truthfully. At this time, Yue ran over from the archway in a panic. Not good, the master has left. Everyone was alarmed. The carriage rolled forward in the forest, leaving 2 tracks on the thick layer of fallen leaves. Master, this subordinate has already sent a messenger pigeon to Alliance Master Yen, informing him of Master's whereabouts and asking him to return to Guangning to preside over the overall situation. Alliance Master Yen has already received the messenger pigeon and is currently rushing to Guangning. After receiving Yan Nanqing's reply, Yin Shui suddenly fell into the carriage. This consort is so foolish. I actually doubted Yi Juanqing's determination to take revenge for eldest sister. I doubted his courage. How could this consort be this stupid? If anything happens to Yi Juanqing, this consort will never be able to forgive myself in this lifetime. The letter in her hands was soaked in tears as Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui with teary eyes. Master, now is not the time to think about this. Princess Han Yu's secret letter clearly states that His Highness has been poisoned by a poisonous insect and his life will not be in danger for a month. Yin Shui promises you that even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will ensure His Highness' safety. So, Yin Shui hopes that Master will reconsider. When Yin Shui had received Duan Zidong's secret letter, she had tried to dissuade her, but Yao Moen had insisted on going to the south herself. Yin Shui had no choice but to accept the order. This consort understands what you mean, but Yin Shui, if this consort could wait, I wouldn't just leave Guangning alone, wouldn't I? Yao Moen knew that Yin Shui understood her. In the cold, damp, and incomparably dark prison, Yi Juanqing sat by himself in a corner, his body shivering. Suddenly, the metal door creaked and an extremely bright light flashed in, causing Yi Juanqing to reflexively close his eyes. After a while, he opened them again. As expected of a man with bones of steel. Even if it was a normal person, they would have already curled up into a ball after being poisoned by our ice-poisonous insect. Duan Shiming's deep voice was cold and gloomy. Under the light of the fire, Zhang Juanqing's face was as cold as ice. Juanqing will have no complaints no matter how South Lord wishes to deal with Juanqing. However, I hope that South Lord will keep your promise and not make things difficult for Moen. This matter has nothing to do with her. The hoarse voice was filled with unconcealable pain. Yi Juanqing's forehead was drenched in cold sweat and a layer of frost had appeared on his handsome face. This so-called ice poisonous insect meant that after a poisonous insect was implanted, a person's body would start to freeze from the inside out. However, the most frightening aspect of ice poisonous insect was that it would leave a lingering aura in the body, causing the person to feel a bone-chilling coldness. Promise. Pa. When we married Tingting to you, we promised that the entire southern capital would be your strong support. But how did you repay us? If it wasn't for Tingting's tragic death, we would probably never have found out that Tingting had been abandoned by you on the second day of her wedding. For you, she had actually concealed everything and entered the Buddhist sect by herself. That would have been fine. But why did you lure the poisonous man to Tingting? Yi Junqing. You're the one who caused Tingting's death. We will definitely properly settle this debt with you. As for Yao Moen, if it wasn't for the fact that your heart was in love with Yao Moen, how could Tingting's pair of wings parasites have failed? Speaking of which, Yao Moen isn't a good person either. Back then, she promised us to help you and Tingting, but I never expected that she would actually play tricks behind the scenes and force Tingting out of Ji province. If we don't tear the two of you to shreds, how could we face our daughter in the netherworld? Guards. Plant the fire poisonous insect in him. As Duan Shiming roared, a guard walked towards Yi Junqing with a black porcelain bottle. South Lord. Back then, you promised Junqing that you wouldn't make things difficult for Moen, otherwise. When Yi Junqing heard this, his brows furrowed and he struggled to get up, but he fell to the ground due to the pain. Otherwise, why would you obediently let us plant the poisonous insect? Yi Junqing, you're truly naive. Based on the beastly things you did to Tingting, it wouldn't be too much even if we ate your flesh and skin. Have it. The moment Duan Shiming said that, the guard opened the black porcelain bottle in his hand. Immediately after, there was a flash of red light as the guard swiftly aimed the bottle's mouth at Yi Junqing's left arm. Goo insects that were only the size of rice grains and were completely red instantly entered Yi Junqing's skin. Ha, Yi Junqing, enjoy the world of ice and fire that we've prepared for you. With your current constitution, it shouldn't be a problem for you to last half a month. Duan Shiming sneered, then walked out of the dungeon. Duan Shiming, if you harm Moen, Junqing won't let you off even if I become a ghost. At this moment, Yi Junqing felt like there was a fire burning in his body, burning his internal organs to ashes. He thought he was going to die, but the pain was so clear. Inside the imperial palace, Duan Zitong coldly stared at the kneeling Jingyu. His calm tone was dignified. What kind of poisonous insect did your majesty plant in Yi Junqing this time? Asked Duan Zitong sternly. This. While Jingyu was hesitating, Duan Zitong walked forward and bent down to look at her. Jingyu, although we both feel pained by Tingting's death, you can't push all the blame onto Yi Junqing and Yao Moen. You know best who killed Tingting. If it weren't for Jingyu's heavy makeup, Imperial brother wouldn't have gotten so angry. Princess, if it weren't for Yi Junqing and Yao Moen, Princess Changfeng wouldn't have provoked that poisonous person at all. Actually, just as Jingyu was trying to defend herself, she suddenly felt a dull pain in her chest. Don't worry, this consort won't make things difficult for you. As long as you tell this consort what kind of insect Imperial older brother planted in Yi Junqing, this consort will naturally suppress the heart-devouring insect in your body. Duan Tingting spoke leisurely with a harmless expression. In reality, when she bent down earlier, she had planted one of the 4 great vicious insects of the south, the heart-devouring insect. Reporting to Princess, His Majesty just planted another fire insect on Yi Junqing. When faced with life and death, no one could face death calmly. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.